Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for putting in some wows in at wow time. Thanks for getting in early today. Yeah, we're going Oslo to Copenhagen because we like to go to Copenhagen on a Monday because we always get to hold. I know there's something dangerously wrong with us, but it's flying time. They did a pretty cool job on the jetways here at Oslo. You kind of walk all the way into your airplane. That's pretty nice. Looks like we got a little bit of wind out there right now, so a little bit breezy. Low-vis is waiting for a start time. Oh, I imagine there's a lot of people from Oslo going down to Copenhagen, so we ought to hop in the airplane and get going as quick as we can. Welcome on in. I saw Tim has arrived. Patrick's here. Thanks for coming in. ZLP7, welcome aboard. Hi, Olimod. Welcome in. Let's see. I think we're ready to go. So let's get some things turned on and get some sound going. And let's see. Let's hop in. There's the airplane over there. Let's hop in down here and let's get going early on this one. So the sooner we get going, the better. 33 minutes for departure. We can request that Jetway. And now you can see, and this is what I was kind of doing, you see the garage door opener thing opened up, and the Jetway, you can come out here, and there goes the Jetway right into your airplane. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, you can go right on into your airplane. This is a really nicely done Jetway. Oh wow, I missed the canopy. So even the canopy comes over there. So seriously, this is one of the well-done jetways here. It's at Oslo. It's a payware that I think we've all had for a while. But again, really, really great jet. Oh, they did a good job. There's all the controls over there for the jetway. Looks like there's an extra set of chocks down there. So that's pretty. They did a really nice job of this. Really nice job of this jetway. So, welcome to Oslo. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Happy Monday. And let's see. Okay, time to stop zipping around with the drone cam. Stop droning on, and let's get the airplane going here. So, battery 1 and 2. CPDLC is working here, so we should be able to get our clearance just fine. Nav and logo light system number 1. No smoking and emergency exit lights are going to go on. All of that looks pretty good. Airplane's starting up pretty nicely. And that's good too. Let's see. I saw also in chat earlier coming in, Fidelicor was first here. Sunny Goose is back with us. Welcome back, Sunny Goose. And what else did I see? Star Rocks came in too. Welcome back in. And if I forgot to say hi to you, welcome, and a happy weekend. Let's see. Airplanes coming alive up here. HK Pilot. Welcome in, HK Pilot. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Patrick was over on YouTube, so if you're joining on YouTube, thanks for being over there. My tech review forgot to start the sim. Well, don't worry. There's going to probably be some delays here because I think a lot of people are heading to Copenhagen because it's Monday and, you know, they've got a special on whatever the food in Copenhagen is, right? So there we go. Probably, let's see, we could also play some jazzy stuff while we're setting up the plane too, and that's good. Okay, that looks really great. Let's come on over to received, and we're gonna have to go and grab load sheet over here in it. Page B. It was a pretty easy flight plan. We're also doing Vienna to Basel. I think I've kind of done that pretty good, but we've been Americanizing. It's not Mulhouse, it's Mulhouse, I think, something along that line. Let's see, SAS Scandinavian 441. I think I saw low vis is down as a red nose. Let's see. Cost index is going to be 30. And let's come on up here and we'll do some aligning. Aligning is happening. And we'll do cruise supply of oxygen. Fidelicor just became a subscriber. Hey, Fidelicor, thank you for becoming a subscriber. I appreciate the support. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Really appreciate it. Let's see. My tech review. Okay, I think I'm caught up there. And HK Pilot 320, thank you for coming in today. Cruise altitude. Simbrief in its wisdom said flight level 350. So we got flight level 350 there. And with that, let's get over here and get our clearance done. So over here, air operations, we need to do an ATC request, a pre-departure clearance. The departure ATIS is Information Delta. Information Delta. We're at gate 20. So gate 20, and this is going to be ENGM. ENGM. And that looks pretty good. Let's hit send and see what happens. See if the internet blows up or something like that. Olimod had a C-130 J visitor today. How was it? Did it look good? Or was it one of those old battered ones that it's been just flown a little bit too hard? Bricklayer is here. Bricklayer just got the 737-8. Is that airplane any good? You know, the Dash 8, I believe, is the most used 737. So that's the one that the most airlines are flying. And if it's the PMDG, yes, it's a very nice airplane. It's a good airplane. I think it's one you'll enjoy. It's solid. You can take it into a VATSIM event, and it'll be a good flight for you. Let's see. Inquiring mind, no. I did clean the monitor the other day. I mean, maybe that helped. So I did clean the monitor. Let's resend the load sheet. Irvi, welcome aboard. Olimod, it definitely was not a new one. I see. Okay, load sheets in. And departure request status is aboard, so that's good. And let's go ahead and clear that one. And there is our clearance. And let's come on and pop that one. Mr. Posh Martin did Los Angeles to Honolulu in the 777. What was that, about 5.5 hours? About a 5.5 hour flight or so. I'm remembering. That's what it was in the DC-10. Sunjammer, welcome in. I hope your week is off to a good start. No crazy stuff. Scandinavian 441. SAS cleared to EKCH. And that's going to be via VIPA 1 Charlie. So VIPA 1 Charlie is our new departure. Off of runway 19 left. Squawk 0202. 0202. Our next frequency is 121.68. 121.680. Initial climb is 7,000 feet. And is there another page? That's it. Let's Wilco this and send it. And our Wilco has been sent, and we copied off all of our data. It's been received by ATC, so that's good news. New Zealand flight, oh no, Red Nose flight 120 is now taxiing. And let's see. Good morning, Amagarosa. Welcome aboard. The 70 bucks is well spent. That was most of your money. I will tell you that I think that a lot of the PMDG airplanes are really solid airplanes. Like I said, I think that you can take it into anything, and you can count on it. Sunny Goose does not have a departure time because Sunny Goose is not going to Copenhagen Mr. USMC Vet just arrived. Welcome in, USMC Vet. Mighty Morph has arrived too. Hi, Mighty Morph. And I'm just over here doing wind data. And wind data uplink is groovy. So init page B. Let's see. 57.3. 57.3. That looks right. And 31.1. 31.1. And that looks good too. And this is going to be, our clearance has been confirmed. So that our clearance has been confirmed. So that's good news. So I'm just going to, well, sometimes you have to hit that little button there because otherwise the phone keeps ringing. And then we'll close our clearance thing. Let's see. Be careful as geese end up as bird strikes. They do. Bricklayer, oh really? So you're just getting that airplane, really? You're just picking it up today, huh? I think you're gonna enjoy it, like I said. It's, though the PMDGs are solid airplanes, they work very, very well. I'm gonna load the plane. Here comes our passengers. And let's go ahead and put numbers in, because we love numbers. Let's see, my tech review had to reboot the sim twice today. Really? Hi Bear, welcome aboard. You've had to do it. Boy, it just started off great today. Landy said Black Box has the end app for the airport for the thrust reduction and acceleration. I would go with whatever you find on Black Box 711's website. That is all really, really good information. I kind of cut the corners on that just a little bit. I know I'm a very bad pilot, but the real pilots don't, and that's a really good thing to look at. 0.646. We put a fair amount of work into each of our flights. 1.21. Final is 1.02. And fuel planning is good. Flight plan is great. Flying Eli's having a hard time with the Monday flights. I'm really liking them right now because I'm enjoying vectors to Copenhagen. We get a different departure airport every week. We still go into Copenhagen, same airport, but I'm still liking going in there. Bricklayer, when it comes to the choice of the airline, I think the most important thing is which is your favorite. That's why, you know, I like flying Lufthansa Cargo and Air Berlin, two favorites. I know I've never been on one and I've never been cargo before, but okay, so it's going to be 19 left instead of the right side. So 19 left, and that's going to be Vipa 1 Chuckles. Vipa 1 Charlie, and insert. Coming into Copenhagen, we are expecting 22 left. SimBrief always gives us the opposite runway, but usually it's 22 left. It's going to be the Test B3 Charlie arrival. Test B3 Charlie, and that via is going to be, I can't remember. That's why we have charts, so that we don't have to remember. Rocket is back in chat. Hi, Rocket. Welcome back in. Thank you for coming by today. Scandinavian is another great choice of an airline. Plus, if it's Scandi, you know, you kind of get to enjoy. Being sassy on the microphone. A beggy is what we're doing. So it's that transition on the north side. Doesn't mean we'll fly it. It's usually vectors for all that. Let's open up the flap here. And that looks good. Back to init page B, and all that looks great too. And our passengers are loading up. Our chihuahuas are barking. Let's see. Flying Eli gets surprised when you get the notification and it no longer feels like Monday, which is great. There you go. Okay, that makes it all worth it then. I mean, seriously, Flying Eli, if I can by doing it like this, if it makes it not feel like Monday to you, then that is mission accomplished for the spy flight. Altimeter here is 1016, 1016, and 1016. We got a climb clearance of 7,000 feet. That looks pretty good. And 1016 on the backup altimeter. So we get a star next to our name in the pilot lounge. My tech review, you haven't flown out of Oslo in a while? I forgot how great this airport is. I mean, this airport, it's got some of the nicest jetways to go, you know, walking down. That is really, really kind of a cool, it's a great airport. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. And APU can pop on now. I'm doing terribly on the books. I have tried to open the books on several occasions, and it has been really, really awful. Just do not have the right kind of mojo, whatever word, you know, vibe to do a good job on them. And if I'm going to do it, I want to do a good job on them. So 121.6 is clearance. That's our first frequency. Okay, that looks really good. After 121.6, ground is 121.605. We could preset that. 121.605. There we go. And our squawk for today is 0202. Or was it 0404? 0202. 0202. That's probably a special trouble number that they give to troublesome, you know, simmers. Okay, all of that looks good. Let's come over here and we're going to go to the Phoenix app. And we're going to go to ground. And we're going to close the cargo doors. And I'll bet we have got a final load sheet. We do. Final load sheet says 57.3. That's currently in the other McDo. 31.1. That's correct too. So our final load sheet is the same as the preliminary. Fuel is 6.18. I need 4.0. If you wonder why extra fuel, it's because they like to do holds on these events, on this particular event. Okay, that looks pretty good over there. I think we can go ahead and retract the Jetway now. Jetway's going to go back. Let's go ahead and AP was on. We'll turn the bleed on. Get a little bit of cooling in here. External power's popping off. And fuel pumps go on. Fuel pumps are going on. GPU can disconnect. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to pull chocks and cones. Come over to my flights. Refresh. Come over here. Let's go to departure perf. We're going to be on the left side.
Now ground on 121.1605.
And let's do takeoff numbers. Takeoff numbers are good. Those are in the McDo. Garderman. And that looks good too. Garderman delivery, hello there from Scandinavian 441. Information Delta is aboard. We're at stand 20 requesting startup and pushback.
Stand by 1, controller change in progress.
The old controller change in progress excuse. Heard that one before. Hi, Jendel. Thanks for coming back in today. Good to see you. North Gaming is here too on YouTube. Hi, North Gaming. Watching while watching for a license renewal at the DMV. Electric Dreams has been there for 2 hours, but there are only 29 people in front of me. Ha ha. You have such a good attitude about it. By this time, I'd probably be, you know, wanting to, you know, do something that would get me in trouble with law enforcement. You wish that I was talking. I try to never be Captain Sarcastic on VATSIM, but on the live stream, Captain Sarcastic makes regular appearances, I'm afraid. Every time you mention waiting, somebody cuts in front of you in the line. Yeah, that's the other thing. You really just can't do that, can you? Okay, and now clearance delivery has disappeared. Let's go to 121.605. I'm going to go to 121.605. Hi, GT Boy, Bear Cheers. Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. It still sounds really weird when I say that. Gordermon Ground, hello from Scandinavian 441. We are at stand 20 with information Delta requesting startup and pushback.
Noted.
That was blocked, but Scandinavian 441, push start approved, KJAN 1016.
1016, push and start approved for Scandy 441. Thanks. Electric Dreams just gifted a sub to Captain.
955, taxi runway 19.
Oh my gosh, gifted a sub to Captain Sarcastic. Really? That was really fun. Hey, thank you for doing that. That was nice of you, Electric Dreams. And I know you're currently being held hostage right now, so thank you for doing that. Is that my alt account? Actually, no, it isn't. It is not my alter ego or anything like that. Let's just do a straight push here, starting engine number 1. I really don't have multiple accounts. I just have the one that I have. Oddly enough, as a, super duper secret spy, I don't have any alt accounts. Parking brakes.
Lufthansa 410,
and remove the tug.
Lufthansa 410, push and start approved. Yeah, push and start approved.
Push and start approved, thank you, Lufthansa 410.
They didn't tell me to face any specific way, so I'm just doing one way, straight back.
1016, thank you.
Scandinavian 641.
Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. There is an alt account, a control account, and a shift account. Tim J, do you also have one when you hit the Windows button too? Or the Apple button?
Ground 2, Nordic 1576, information Delta 10-7.
Okay,
ready to copy.
getting a good start here. The command account. There you go. You got to have a command account.
Nordic 1576, you're clear to Sofia, Oxford to Charlie departure, runway 19 left, climb 7,000 feet, port 1233.
Okay, over here on the airport here at
Okay,
Gardermoen.
Oxford to Charlie out of 19 left.
We're going to go to 19er left, so golf, all of that.
1576.
Nordic 1576, read back correct. Break, Belavia 355, contact tower 1 to correction 118.305.
Contact tower 118.305.
118.305. Good evening, wet paint.
Scandinavian 641.
Scandinavian 641.
That's good to go.
641, hello. Taxi Sierra Juliet, and 58.
2 good starts. Starter back to normal. Starters back to normal. APU off. We're going to go and do pedal disconnect and control checks. Pitch tray elevators. Ailerons. Rudder. And trim is going to be down 0.2. Trim's good. Flaps are going to be 2. And speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Everything's good to go up there. Oh, didn't do seatbelts. Passengers running around the cabin going crazy there. Good evening, wet paint. Tim J has to go see how your laundry is doing. Doing laundry is important. It's important to do that.
Correct. Brakes, Scandinavian 11. Scandinavian 11, hello. Taxi, all the way, Sierra, Papa. Hold short
Gotta
of
see how
Delta.
the laundry. I leave you under the supervision of a cute bear who will be watching in your absence. You do
Expect
realize
that,
that means that things are going to be unbearably cute, right? On the other hand, there might be some pizza and pineapple that shows up, so you got to watch out for that sort of thing.
Viking 4543, taxi credit Delta right on Victor, left Sierra, holding point.
Ashley! Hi, Ashley. Happy Monday. I hope you're. That sounds weird when I say that. It just does. Welcome aboard. Ashley has been lurking. Have you had minty coffee yet today?
Grand Day China 212, our flight plan should now be found.
It is indeed, sir. You are cleared to destination Shanghai.
Holy cat, Shanghai. No, but Ashley does have a headache.
Climb.
Well, flying your sim airplane will make you feel better. It won't get away of the headache or anything like that, but it'll distract you maybe a little bit. Okay, time to taxi.
Air China 212, negative. Initial climb 7,000 feet. Walk 2525.
Roger, initial climb 7,000, escort 2525, China 212.
Air China 212, way back correct. Break with your 24 X-ray Delta ground.
Is that 2 Delta?
With your 24 X-ray Delta, I'm terribly sorry to have forgotten about you. Contact now tower 118 decimal 305.
Contact tower 118 is more 305 by with the positive.
Garderma on ground, hello again. Scandi 441 pushed and started from stand 20, requesting taxi.
Scandinavian 441, hold position, break. Scandinavian 1-1.
Hold position?
To spawn in on your stand.
What do you mean
Give way
hold
to the
position?
staff in front of you. Behind him, left on Delta, stand 7-6. Scandinavian 441, make a right turn. Taxi Yankee, Victor and Sierra, holding point 19 left.
We're going to make a right turn. We're going via Yankee, Victor, and Sierra to runway 19 left, Scandi 441.
Lufthansa 410 ready for taxi and able intersection Alpha 7 for departure.
Right
Lufthansa
turn.
410, music to my ear.
Yankee,
Taxi
Victor,
Kilo November,
Sierra.
holding point Alpha 7, runway 19 right.
Yankee. There's Victor
Taxi Kilo November
and
Alpha 7,
Sierra.
runway 19 right.
Got it. Parking brakes are off. And right turn, out we go.
320 on taxiway Sierra request gate.
Birds out from
We'll hold short
flying.
on Lima Blue.
How can you say
Nordic
that
3220,
with these
Garmin
big
ground, hello,
shiny
my name is
jets
Hunter.
that we
Don't be
have?
for that, Sierra, left on Juliet, stand 38.
I mean, seriously. Speedbird, happy
Taxi
Monday.
on
I gotta come up with
left on
something
Juliet.
else.
Stand 38.
I gotta come up with something else because saying Happy Monday just seems wrong.
I assume that was Lufthansa.
It just
Do you mind
seems
Charlie
wrong to me.
Copenhagen?
Lufthansa Charlie 85.
Lufthansa 2 Mike Charlie, Roger, Garmin ground here. You are clear to Copenhagen, Vispa 1 Charlie departure. Runway 19 left, climb 7,000 feet, squawk 5024.
Wow, we're flying real weather, real time, and it's still light out. How about that? I'm just blown away that it's still light out right
Lufthansa 2
now.
Mike Charlie, almost.
Okay,
Squawk
Yankee up to
5024.
Victor and then Sierra.
Charlie squawk is 5024.
Lufthansa 2 Mike Charlie, right back right.
Really
Viking
enjoyed
4543,
the
contact
A350
tower
and the 777 flights yesterday. Those airplanes really seem to be going really nicely. Loviz says it's going to be a nice departure today. Tic Tac, Vectors to Copenhagen is a fun event. There's a lot of people that fly in, and the ATC is really good. So I actually enjoy it. It's a fun event, and since we got all sorts of cool different airports to depart from,
clear to destination Katowice via Oxford to Charlie departure.
Even in Hamburg, it's light out right now, really? Yeah, Fidelicor's in Hamburg right now.
80 Foxtrot.
'Tis the season that the north gets a little bit more light.
UKN 3772 will be ready for taxi and will be full next.
UBS 3772, copy that. Taxi straight ahead as far as it goes, then left Alpha Liner, runway 19. Correction. UBS 3772.
Moritz has just landed in San Diego. Oh, a long haul in the A359. Hey, Moritz, how did your fuel work out on such a long haul in the A350? Ashley's going to try and do a Vectors event sometime. Good Abend, Tom Sek. Welcome aboard.
418-305, thank you very much. Thumbs up, 410.
Happy Monday night in Frankfurt. That Monday night means your Monday is over.
118-305, thank you. Thumbs up.
Hope you survived that okay. Okay, Victor Sierra is the outer.
4 guys at the same time. I heard Ryanair 8.
Ryanair.
Foxtrot. You, sir, may perform a straight push and stop, straight back, no turning of any kind. QNH.
No turning of any kind, Ryanair. We got our eye on you.
Cleared push and start straight and QNH 1016 80 Foxtrot.
Dogs is here. Welcome, Dogs. Hope you survived the first half of your Monday.
949, ground. Hello, sir. I assume you want to go to Heathrow.
Affirmative. And do we get
Heathrow
on delivery or here?
As far as I know, there is no delivery online, so that would be me. You are clear to London.
And George just arrived too. Welcome aboard, George. Thanks for coming in.
Left, climb 7,000 feet, squawk 544.
You're definitely going to do that flight again, really? Why, when you recall a save custom preset, it doesn't recall the exact same position? It seems slightly off? Wow, no kidding. I don't usually have that problem. I mean, maybe it's a little bit off, but hardly ever. Hardly ever. Got a bad feeling we're going to start getting some spam.
Ground, good evening. Postman 3317-205 with information. Echo Bird clear to Copenhagen cluster, please.
Remembers when Vilnius a few years ago in the middle of summer?
You are clear to Copenhagen cluster airport.
Sunrise at 4:30 a.m.
7,000 feet, squawk 7134.
Postman 3317, clear Copenhagen, Oscar, confirm Oscar 2 Charlie departure, English climb 10,000 feet, squawk 7134.
Postman 3317, read back, correct. Break, Scandinavian 441, contact tower 118, decimal 305. Goodbye.
118305 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Approach 120, decimal 455, bye-bye with a 2.7.
Welcome aboard, Paul.
Good evening,
Yeah, maybe that's an idea. Maybe, do you think there might be some more presets in there or something that's set up? That might be it. Okay, checklist is green. Garderman Tower, hello from Scandinavian 441. Approaching runway 19 left with information Delta fully ready.
Sky 441 tower low. Sky speed by 8 Victor Kilo 19 left cleared land. Lufthansa 410, contact Oslo approach 120.455, bye-bye.
120.455, thank you, Lufthansa 410.
Viking 4543, Oslo approach 120.455.
Approach 20.455.
We've got landing traffic coming in. Charlie boy.
Sky 441, behind the landing, British Airways Boeing 777, line up runway 19 left behind.
Line up and right runway 19 left behind the landing Boeing 777. Scandinavian 441. There's our airplane.
And Station 2 was calling passing 3000, calls on only.
A very nice British Airways airplane.
Clear to land 190 right. Scandinavian 196.
Strobes. Landing lights. Tomsek. Oh, the sun is also up in Copenhagen too. Yeah, this is a fun time of year. Spring is always nice. When we get a little bit more sunshine during the day, it's not as cold. If you're having trouble with frame rates in the Phoenix, try turning off the co-pilot's electronic flight bag. You can do that by clicking the co-pilot's microphone. Charlie boy, I will look down there in just a second.
Kilo was vacated. Sierra to an approach short of Lima Blue.
There's that UPS that needs full length. Okay, that looks good. So what do we have here? We got, hey, just wondering, can you text me back as I need you to tell me about your VATSIM experience? This is from a supervisor. I don't think so. Also here's your dog. Yeah, so it's from someone called supervisor, and it's somebody being really annoying.
Runway 19 left, takeoff, 2103,
Clear for takeoff, 19er left, Scandinavian 441, thanks.
UPS 3772 behind the departure traffic line.
Throttle's going up. Engines are stable. Manual flex, SRS, runway are both set. Auto thrust is blue. Thanks, Charlie boy. I appreciate you looking into that. I know you all are trying to take care of that. And really appreciate what they do at Hoppy 8 Cars for the flight sim community. 100 knots, hands off the throttle, off the tiller, steering with rudder pedals. And V1, hands off the throttles, we're flying. And rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. High landing gear. Lever climb. So thrust climb. And flaps 1. AP, get a little help from the AP so we can kind of look out the window. 120.455 for Scandinavian 441, thank you.
120.455.
120.455, Scandinavian 441.
UPS.
And slats can go up. Fidela Core, about the closest I'm going to be able to get is Amaranth from Sweden or Nightwish from Norway. And I wouldn't exactly call them death metal. Gordemon, good evening from Scandinavian 441, passing 4,000 for 7.
Scandinavian 441 on planet 5, plan flight level 210 via seat and free speed.
Flight level 200 free speed for Scandinavian 441. Flight level 20.
3 Papa, contact final 128.905, calls are only. Scandinavian 441, contact Polaris 18.880.
Polaris is 118.8 for Scandi 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You do.
Approach Hello again, UBS 3772 out of 19 left, 2500.
Polaris has probably got one of the best names of any of the centers. That's a good one, right? Charlie boy, what you've done, thank you. Really appreciate that. Let me do some cockpit things here. I'll check that. Thanks, Charlie boy. Polaris, good evening from Scandinavian 441, passing flight level 900 for flight level 200.
Squadron 441, Polaris, good afternoon. Climb to flight level 350.
Flight level 350 now for Scandi 441.
KLM 731, contact Sweden control 127.755. 127.755.
Looks like maybe it's going to start getting soggy here at Spy HQ, but it's also really nice. We made it all the way to 81 degrees outside, so starting to warm up just a bit.
16485, have a nice evening, bye-bye. KLM 321, report the Mac number.
Say again, KLM 321?
KLM 321, report your Mac number.
And come on back in. Lovis sees planes flying in circles in multiple locations. Yeah, I'm expecting to get the hold. So Lovis is talking about the hold at Tespe, and that's the one in our arrival. So I'm fully expecting to get Tespe here, and that hold is going to be right over here. So that's going to be, it's actually not Tespe, it's going to be the hold at Rossby is the published hold.
Your assigned Mac number to Sweden control 127.
Yeah, that was basically me, you know, look outside, isn't it nice and beautiful and sunny, so that I can go and clear the, you know, nasty messages out of CPDLC. So yeah, that's what I was doing. Dot Wallet, look who's here! Oh my gosh, it is one of the original controllers when I first started here. It's Dot Wallop. And for the longest time before I learned about what walloping was, I thought your first name was Dot. That's how new I was all those years ago. Dot Wallop does ATC, really great ATC. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Welcome. Yeah, I never knew what walloping was, and so I thought, oh, somebody's named Dot? Okay. So, yeah, I was new and young then, and I didn't know what was going on in the world of VATSIM. Okay, we're in climb mode. Okay, speed brakes are disarmed, landing gear is up, everything's looking good. It is great to see, you know, great to see old friends coming back into chat. Super duper. Really enjoying the Oslo. And lights are all good up here. All right, we're all ready for Copenhagen. No fear. T-Bird is here with the silly little guy emote. And a wow. Hi, T-Bird. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome, welcome. Passing 17,000 feet. Uh-oh.
Copenhagen on 136.485, Red Nose 120.
Loviz just got kicked over to Copenhagen.
Scandinavian 441, clear direct S40.
Scandi 441, we are cleared direct Isusi. If you have a hard time figuring out what your direct to is, look at your flight plan, and chances are you'll be able to figure it out that way. And that's usually the way that I'll do that, especially if I'm flying in a part of the world where, you know, I'm not going to be able to understand. Hello from ENOS4 Center. So .wallop is doing ENOS. This is our ATC, and that's Polaris Control, which is the, like I said, the coolest name for a control center in the world. Sort of like, yes, we're Polaris. That's really awesome. Thank you for coming by and saying hi. And this looks good. Our climb's great. We got nice sunshine outside the cabin too. You were bummed when they switched from Norway, but Polaris has grown on you. Did they switch just because it was a cool name, or were people confusing Norway Control with something else? I mean, it's great to have a cool name, but still. Okay, that looks good. We're all set for that arrival. Not a lot of traffic right now. Just a bunch of crazy sim pilots who want to go to Copenhagen, right? Just a bunch of crazy sim pilots going into Copenhagen. Okay, maps are looking good. I'm gonna go seatbelts off. So passengers are free to go careening around the cabin being crazy. Could be wallop control. There you go. Yes, good old wallop control. I had no idea. It took me forever to learn what walloping was all about. And then once I learned, I thought, gee, that's a great thing to be able to do to some people. To some, you know, there's a couple of people that, you know, walloping is probably a little bit too good for them. Just checking to see if there's anything tasty in the Sassy Kitchen today. Nah, didn't even give us any pizza. Didn't even give us any pizza here. And out we go there. Fidelicor, please explain
Subscriber
to
confirmed. Top
non-native
clearance
English
granted, agent.
speakers.
Loyalty noted.
Oh, Fidelicor, what the term wallop means, W-A-L-L-O-P. So if there is somebody on VATSIM that is being a pest, a problem, you can kick them off. A supervisor or maybe air traffic control can kick them off by using the term dot wallop in their name. And so, you know, that's how you get rid of pests and stuff. Loviz gifted a sub to dot wallop. Hey, thank you for gifting a sub. That was really nice. Thank you for being nice to ATC. So anyway, that's what walloping is, Fidelicor. It's a VATSIM term. It's how you get rid of pests or people that might have a problem. I might have landed really, really bad, and I might have scratched the VOR a little bit at Los Angeles, but I've never had to be walloped. It's like the low-vis version of we've got an 800 number for you to call. So, yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's the harsher version of you've got a special phone number to call. Okay, everything's good here. Over to progress and report. We are 292 miles away from Copenhagen. We'll be landing at 1936 Zulu, and our estimated fuel on board should be 3.9. Over here on the pilot brief, panic fuel is 2.2, so we got a little bit more. It's not a VATSIM turn. Okay, it's actually an old IRC turn. It's an abbreviation for Write All Operators, and it's Send a Message to Moderators. The more you know. Okay. Man, old IRC. That It's got to, that goes back a little bit.
Now 8 Zulu Foxtrot passing 12,500.
That does go back a bit. Fidelicor hasn't been on IRC in about 15 years. I just heard that they've turned off. It isn't Zoom.
Continue climb
I think they turned off
and
Skype.
directing to Oxford.
And before that, I think they turned off ICQ. So it's sort of like, you know, some of these older things are going away now. Yeah, I know. Skype is done. That I was surprised about that. I think Zoom still works. Not that I've used it all that much.
8 Zulu Foxtrot, can we confirm Oscar?
Don
Kilo
Wallop
Sierra
says that
Alpha Tango?
Skype went away in May. Really?
Runner.
Mr. Posh Martin, you use Zoom for work?
Okay, directing Oxford. 8 Zulu
I had a
Foxtrot.
couple of job interviews over Zoom once. That's about it. In place of Skype, if you want, Original Darkwind says you could use Microsoft Teams. And Tim Dog says they use Teams at work. That's a little bit like that other big service called Slack, right? So Teams, Slack, all of those are kind of the same. It's for calls and online meetings. Or how bosses make their employees miserable. Okay, everything's good there. Tim Dog has to join Teams. A team meeting at the top of the hour. I don't know, Tim Dog. Look up. Okay, follow my finger. Nah, Tim Dog, I think you're not. You're gonna have to call in sick today. It doesn't look like you're feeling well. A little bit green here. Yeah, you may need to fly a little bit. You're not gonna make it. Original Darkwind says you could get a personal team account. Dot Wallop says that Slack actually supports IRC, and it was originally an IRC client. And Fidelicor has the TeamSpeak server when you were a manager? Really? Yeah, I don't think you can make that meeting, Tim Dog. Not looking well enough to do the meeting. That's right. After last week's work trip, you're still worn out from that. Somebody started a hype train. Thank you for that. That was really nice of you. And it's wait a minute. It's called a treasure train. That means if you gift 5 subs, I don't understand that. That's something new. It's save a little. Yeah, I've never seen a treasure train before. That's like totally new to me. Michael is in chat. Welcome aboard. Michael has taken the Phoenix A320 from Los Angeles to Boston. Happy landings in Boston. That's a long flight, but at least you're going eastbound, which means you don't have to battle the jet stream. So you at least make decent time
Bits
over ground.
intercepted. Intel secured.
Tim Dog
Every
did
bit helps.
some bits.
Thanks, Agent.
Hey, thank you for some bits, Tim Dog. That was nice. Yeah, I have never heard of a treasure train before. I think this is actually the first time I've ever seen one too, so I have no idea what it does. But you're supposedly kind of able to save a little bit. Okay, what are we gonna do here? Nothing. Still climbing to flight level 350. It's a new kind of a hype train, I guess. It's what I get for missing meetings with the people at Twitch. It's the 3030 or the 3040 or something like that.
For the one, all things set to come to an end. Contact Copenhagen Control 136.485. Have a flight.
136.485 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks for the fun ATC. Have a great week.
Likewise.
So basically, a hype train has to reach level 5, and then gift subs are 35% off. It's kind of a steep hill to climb, I think, especially with everybody's finances getting tighter and tighter these days. That seems a little steep. I mean, I'm grateful that they do things like that, but... Okay, we're talking to Copenhagen.
clear island.
Let's come over here.
Left to approach runway 27.
Yesterday passing clear island runway 27.
Oh, Fidel Accord, don't feel like you got to do anything. Just come and fly with us and have fun. Average Canadian is back over in YouTube. Welcome on in. Information Foxtrot is here.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Hey, Beaver
Loyalty
Sutherland just did
noted.
a resub. 13 months, a year and a month. Hey, thank you so much, Beaver Sutherland. Thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. Low-vis has to hold. I'm too heavy to land. Uh-oh. Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441, level of flight level 350. Looks like we're about 144 miles north of Tesby.
Scandinavian 441, Copenhagen control, very good evening to you, radar contact.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Scandinavian 441, we are cleared on the Tesby 3 Charlie arrival for 22 left. Somebody just did the hype train just got leveled up to level 2. Wow.
Subscriber confirmed.
And
clearance granted,
Scoozy
Agent.
is a brand new
Loyalty
subscriber.
noted.
Scoozy, I always like to say a special thank you for that. When you're new, thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. It's how I keep things going, and I couldn't do it without you. Thanks, Scoozy. And Max also did a resub in the middle of that. Max, thank you for a 20-month resub. Really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. So the treasure train level 1 has been achieved. Well, if there's a little bit of extra fuel aboard, maybe it'll get up there a little bit. Thank you for that. But welcome in, Scoozy. Max, thanks for the help.
Intel secured. Every bit
Mr.
helps.
Posh Martin is
Thanks,
being
Agent.
cheerful. 250 knots to keep the caffeinated beverages topped up. Mr. Posh Martin. Yeah, a little bit of caffeine. Not nearly as much I've found in my spy tea and stuff like that, but it's still got a little bit of that in there. It's mostly the lemonade, which is really good. Briggsy, welcome aboard, Briggsy. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you.
How long you want the AFK?
3 minutes.
Okay, everything's looking good there.
Extra Delta approved, report back.
Okay, we're coming in on Tesby. I have not set up the hold yet. So but we may have to do a hold at Rossby.
And the last station not called up, repeat your call sign only.
Well, it is the Max 3 Tango Foxtrot.
Max 3 Tango Foxtrot, covering and control, good evening, radar contact.
Landy says low-vis should drop the gear. Yeah, a little more, you know, a little more drag is going to make the engines work a little harder.
55, speedbird 995, good day.
Holds are easy. That's why I'm in the Airbus for this final rabbit. I mean, they're super duper. They're easy in the Boeings too. Fidel, of course, says hydrate.
127.
Hydration is good.
Speedbird 995, good day.
Gentlemen 619er, contact Polaris control on 127.255, so long.
Okay, everything else is good. Next flight is Vienna to Basel, Milus.
Papa Golf, contact Copenhagen on 135.29 or so long. Copenhagen on 135, so long.
Low-vis can't dump fuel in a 737. Well, if you got a couple of those first-class passengers that, you know, really like to chug the cocktails, you could pour a little bit off there. My tech review has got bumps in the taxi. There were bumps going from the taxiway to the runway. That was about it. Low-vis is thinking about dumping the luggage. There's a special luggage dump jettison button in the cockpit. It's one of those James Bond secret panel buttons that you can push.
Airport 264, back to cockpit.
Protocol 764, welcome back.
And nothing to do but sit back and chill.
764, flying direct.
I guess you might also, if you've had passengers using the Blue Juice Saloon, you could jettison some blue juice from the tanks. That might lighten things up a bit. The people down below aren't going to like you very much, though. Fidelicore wants fresh air. Yeah, that's right. Just go to the EFB and select open the luggage doors. That's how you do it. Jendol, ever have a YouTube video on your camera presets? There was. I can't find it. I think it's been deleted, so I'm going to have to remake it. I've got to remake it.
Just come out, that was for speed number 322.
I'm not sure. It could be that I deleted it myself. I'm not sure.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Hype Train just got
Loyalty
leveled
noted.
up. An anonymous gifter gifted 3 subs to the community. No, yeah. So, no, 5 subs to the community. Anonymous, thank you for being a gifter. Don't worry, it says an anonymous gifter, so I'm not going to blow your cover. But thank you for being so nice to me and helping to kick the hype train up just a little bit. That'd be really nice. I appreciate that. Thank you. Definitely appreciate the support right now. Thank you for helping me to keep all the lights on here at Spy HQ.
Copenhagen on 123.730, red note 120.
Loviz just got kicked over. Uh-oh, you also hit the sub goal. And I think I think Twitch just upped it again. I think it automatically ups them now, but thank you for the extra support. Here's our top of descent hockey stick coming in.
Yeah,
So top of descent is top of descent is 75 miles. So let's come over here and do the latest weather. Phoenix, refresh, information, Foxtrot is current. Holy wow, absolutely Fidelicore. Okay, altimeter's 1021. So performance
1287, the wings are
1021 is our altimeter setting. The temperature is 11 degrees. The wind, what's the wind going to be like? Last time I checked, it was kind of breezy. 220 at 4, not bad at all. 220 at 4 knots. I think they usually put in a transition level. They do. 060 is our transition. I'm going to make it a config 3 landing. And we know that we're going to be getting runway 22 left, and minimums are 208 feet, 208 feet. And that looks groovy too. It's a config 3 landing. Turn ground proximity warning system for config 3 on. That's going to help out a lot. Thanks again, Anonymous. That's a big deal these days, so thank you for your support and being so nice. Okay, 63 miles to top of descent. Loviz says be prepared to hold at Rossby. Loviz fuel issue will be resolved in about 90 minutes.
One, two, three, decimal. I forgot about this.
Okay, looking good.
123.7.
We can chill for a little bit.
Oh, did you,
Jamie Turner is in chat. Hi, Jamie. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today.
Bye-bye.
Ah, Jamie's over on YouTube. Thanks for coming in on YouTube.
127.255. Thank you very much. Bye bye, UPS 350.
River 322, resume all navigation, directed test speed.
And we're direct test speed too, so that's good news.
Liner 912 for Alfa Romeo, resume on operation, flight directed test speed. Direct test speed, Ryanair 912.
That is Vienna -55, Copenhagen on 1.
Got an airplane right behind me. Looks like it's about 10 miles behind.
1, 2, 3, 7, 3, 0, 11, 5, 6 for drop 2.
Next time.
Now, we were cleared for the Test B3 Charlie arrival and given a runway. I don't think we're...
441, when ready, descent flight level 250.
Flight level 250 when ready for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Now we're cleared to descend. So flight level 250, and we will do that when we hit the top of descent hockey stick. Fidelicor's trick is to shoot up to flight level 350 like a rocket. That will burn fuel. Passengers don't enjoy it. Oh, I'd be one of those passengers sitting in the back going, woohoo, party. I remember we were coming in, let's see, the hype train did just wrap up. It was a level 3 with some nice gift subs. Thank you so much for some nice gift subs. There were actually 9 as a part of those, so thank you for the great support and helping me to keep the lights on here. I couldn't do it without you. Let's see. That was really nice, especially anonymous.
15 Roger, maintain on heading 3000.
Okay. 40 miles to top of descent. There was a flight that I took. I think it was the E175 flight down to Austin. And I think we got a late descent clearance. I mean, and a late slowdown clearance, because all of a sudden, you know, you could see that the airplane really had slowed down. Speed brakes popped up and everything. You could kind of feel the deceleration even in the passenger cabin. And if you look down, you could see it didn't slosh, but you could see the beverage in the little plastic cup moved a little bit. I thought it was great. I kind of looked over. There was a person, you know, on the opposite row, and I could tell they did not like flying. So I decided instead of going woohoo or anything like that, I'd just be quiet, because this was a person that was one of those people that are sitting in the seat looking concerned. So I decided, okay, no celebration here. Let's be nice, because not everybody has as much flying as I do. Loviz says, I don't think that the plane behind me doesn't know about the event. So somebody inadvertently found themselves in an event today that they didn't realize was going to be swamped with airplanes.
Subscriber confirmed.
Mr.
Top
Jazz is back,
agent,
reminding us to keep
noted.
the travel jazz going. But also Mr. Jazz has done a resub for 17 months. Hi, Mr. Jazz. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder to keep the music going. Thank you for the great support, helping me to keep the lights on. Loviz says this person is not able to do a hold. Not the best of places to be flying right now if you don't know how to do a hold. Not the best place to do that. Thanks, Mr. Posh Martin. Okay, all of this is looking good. That's true. Low vis. They're not going to make that mistake again. It's like, you know, somebody on a Friday night that decides, I'm feeling a little bit German tonight. Why don't we fly into Hamburg or Frankfurt or München on a Friday night? They learn that lesson really, really fast, don't they? Let's see. Landing wants to know if it's Brussels flight 955. Well, if it's somebody new, I don't want to call them out. If it's somebody new, want to be nice to them.
Transavia 15, fly direct to Odenad, hanging via Odenad, clear ILS Zulu. Correction, ILS Zulu approach runway 27. This is also direct to Odenad.
Okay, let's go ahead and start this a little bit early, just because we've got a hold almost immediately after this. And in fact, maybe let's just be prepared at Robsey. I'm going to put it in. I can always get out of it if I need to, but let's just plan ahead. Inbound is 103. It's going to be left turns and insert. Okay, so we've gone and popped that in, and it's in case we need it. So we're good to go there. If we don't need it, it's no big deal. Eclipse, our dispatcher for next week, has arrived. Hi, Eclipse. Welcome on in. Lovis remembers we took the 737 on Cross the Land right after it came out. Got a hold at Cairo and didn't know how to set it up. Oh, how did it work? Did you get it all set up thanks to the Google machine? Tommy Brasco is back in chat. Welcome aboard.
Protocol 764, contact Polaris control on 127.
Fidelicor gets to sleep on planes. You get awakened by the crew.
7255, a great day, approachable 764.
When you've taken over 800 flights, you actually get used to it, really.
Element 441, contact Polaris, correction Copenhagen control on 123.730, so long.
123.730 now for Scandi 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
You too, fine. Yeah.
123.730, right?
2 minutes out of Cockpit.
And Nordic 972 in at the report back.
Roger, thank you. Nordic 972.
Center Nordic 56X from flight 370.
Was that it?
Nordic 56X.
Yeah, 123.730. There we go. Copenhagen Control, good evening from Scandi 441, about 20 miles from Tesby, descending to flight level 250.
Canadian 441, Copenhagen Control, good evening. Identified interhold at the Rosby as published. Descent flight level 220.
Flight level 220, enter the hold at Rosby as published for Scandi 441. We're set and ready to go. Ooh, let the unsportsmanlike celebration begin. I seriously, I should go and buy a lottery ticket right now. My prediction abilities are full of it, right? Yeah. Lovis took an Ambien after taking off from Newark and woke 13 hours later on approach to Kuwait City. I think that was when Lovis was in military transport too. And those kinds of airplanes do not look like they are known for comfort, you know, for people having to do very long flights. Let's see, doing a departure and arrival for the FNO. Sure, Eclipse, whatever challenge you've got. Worst landing for Fidelicor was in Western Australia in the middle of a cyclone. Uh-oh. It was Kuwait Air 747. Oh, I figured they stashed you up in the top passenger area of a C5 or a C-130 or something. So you were in a 747. Still, if you were back in the sardine section, but I don't know. I still get excited about an airplane ride, so still get excited and have a big old goofy smile. Landy, I'm sorry, but the permit thing is broken right now. It's probably going to take about 2 weeks before it gets fixed. This is Polyut's last week of judge school and has to spend a lot of time studying. But after that, we're going to get it. We're going to get it going again. Okay. When Lovis used to have to go to Iraq for a short visit, you'd fly commercial into Kuwait and then catch the ride into Iraq. That sounds pretty. Okay, that's probably smart. So you go to Kuwait City and then get. Okay.
Nordic 447 descent flight level 140.
Let's see. Captain Me, NE8320. Yep, Vienna to Basel,
Red
Mulhouse.
Nose 120, descent flight level 150.
150, Red Nose 120.
Aha, Low-Vis is in this hold too. Low-Vis is in the hold. Look at all the airplanes below us. Jendo gets to start a new job flying in and out of rotation. You're going to fly the Q400. Really? Man, that's an airplane I think we all miss from X-Plane. The FlyJSim Q400 was just such a great little prop liner. The ATR is an okay substitute, just not a great substitute. And now we're slowing down. Gonna give it a little help with the speed brakes here to get to our speed, which is gonna be 211, which is our minimum clean speed. That's how we use the smallest amount of fuel. So we don't have any flaps or any drag, but it's the slowest that we can get.
180, easy, 26 whiskey.
Easy 26 whiskey, just make left
reverse thrust is banned at LIRQ, so you have to follow the noise ordinances.
Easy 26 whiskey, just continue.
No reverse thrust, huh?
If you're unable to left hold.
Probably, no, you're not allowed to squeal your brakes either. And there is our slowdown speed right there.
Scandinavian 441, descent flight level 200.
Continue to flight level 200, Scandinavian 441. Yeah, this is the one event where you pretty much can count on holds. Mr. Posh Martin is doing Los Angeles today. Holds to Copenhagen. Yeah, they call it vectors to Copenhagen. Maybe holds to Copenhagen's a good name. Hey, Kent, welcome back in. Thanks for coming in today on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Los Angeles to San Francisco. 2 nice flights there. 2 nice flights there. And continue down to flight level 200, and we're all set. Good afternoon, Stephen. Thank you for coming by today, too. So we've just entered the hold. It looks like I see 1, 2, 3 airplanes are in the hold with us here. So, and this is our first loop, so we always like to go and do our loop counter. So loop counter.
Nordic 447, exit hold direct fra Tango November Oscar.
And then when we get back to Rossby, what we'll do is we'll also write down the fuel and figure out what one loop in the hold is going to cost us for fuel. And then we can see, you know, do a little bit of math and kind of project how long we can hold before we fall out of the sky. Okay, there's flight level 200. There's clean speed.
Nordic 447, descent flight level 130.
Low-Vis wants to do Dulles to EKCH this morning to catch the event, but you were busy, so maybe next week. Low-Vis has been doing some really good, you know, back time the departure so that you arrive here in Europe for an event like this. That's a little bit of advanced flight planning and stuff.
East 26 whiskey, descent flight level 160.
160, easy, 26 whiskey.
Low-Vis says that would be a real world as Scandinavian A359. Fortunately, we got a good A350
Nordic 447
A359 that's working pretty good now.
Heading 060 and Nordic Papa 7.
Landy did an overnight out of Dallas. Did you hit the bumps in the Dallas runway in the 777? It's kind of hard to spot the airplanes in a hold during the day, but it's easy to spot them at night because of the lights. Company would tell us with a message mid-flight that we're going to need to make adjustments to your arrival times. Well, so we're going into Copenhagen. It could be that passengers are coming in from Oslo, and from Copenhagen they're going, they're going to go to another airport or something like that. So those customers that are going to make a connection need to know that information. I think we just got a raid from Arch NDA, who was trucking earlier today. Happy trucking. Welcome aboard Arch NDA.
Easy 26 Whiskey, are direct Trano, Tango Nebraska.
And Lena was there too. So welcome aboard. I hope all is well in NDA land.
Heading 320.
320, easy 26 Whiskey.
Easy 26 Whiskey. I need you to continue doing left orbits over Rusby if you're unable to enter the puppet hold at Rusby.
Okay, looking pretty good so far. So we're in a hold.
Nordic 447 via right hand turn with your 1 navigation during Trano.
Definitely in a little bit of a hold here. And if you came in with Arch NDA, welcome to you. So far,
flight level 180.
Flight level 180 for Scandinavian 441. We are in the hold, and we are about ready to complete orbit number 1.
Nordic 447, contact approach 119 at this rate.
So we're doing pretty good at the moment.
19805,
We should have plenty of fuel. I boarded a little bit of extra over here on the flight plan. So here we are over there. The flight plan, let's see. We go into final reserve and alternate at 2.2. I am at 3.7. So we got plenty of fuel for orbiting. Qantas Sim Pilot is Air Canada piloting today. Hi, Qantas Sim Pilot. Okay, coming up on Rossby here. It's about 10 miles. So what we'll do is we're going to write the fuel down. We're at 3.74. So what we'll do is once we get to Rossby, we'll write it down and see how much fuel the orbit takes. Let's see. Qantas Sim Pilot is going to get to fly a Qantas 767 soon. Is that a real flight that you're going to get to take? I'm guessing. So I got an airplane 3,000 feet below off of our, there it is. So if you look right there, there is the airplane that's in the hold with us. So they're 3,000 below. They've got us stacked up tonight. This is amazing. This is pretty good. Usually you don't see it like that, but that's that airplane right there. Which is the way it looks in the real world too. I mean, the hold that we're doing is like a real world hold. Okay, coming up on 5 miles to Rossby. So we got to look at two things here when we get to Rossby in 5 miles, and then we need to look at the fuel tank and jot it down.
Identified interval as published at Rossby, descent flight level 200.
So I'm looking at this and this. 4 miles to go.
Canadian 1778,
3 miles, and then we get to start jotting some notes down.
Rossby as published, descent flight level 190.
descent level 190 and holding over of the established confirm descent altitude needed speed.
1778 free speed.
Okay, taxi 10
1.5 miles. We're at 3.66. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, 3.660. So that's orbit number 1, and fuel is 3.660. Okay, so we'll subtract, and we're going to find out what a whole orbit costs us for fuel. Very happy. Eclipse's home air route traffic control center has an event at your home airport at Louisville Saturday. So Louisville, that is the UPS hub, right? So we'll be flying a UPS A300. They will tell you, you know, sometimes they'll tell us how long we should expect to hold or something like that. They don't always. I mean, not obviously they didn't tell us, but they might, you know, say expect to hold for 15 minutes or something like that. Low-vis is on the 4th orbit, and Eclipse is going to take the A300. Yeah, I think that'll be a good flight, and we can fly UPS on that event. Hi, Hydrospace. Welcome aboard.
Red nose 120, descent flight level 130.
130, red nose 120.
So one of these airplanes is low-vis, and they just got...
1778, enable increase rate of descent.
So everybody's descending a little bit. We got about 5,000. Looks like they're descending us at about 2,000 feet a turn each time.
972, report your rate of descent.
Rate of descent usually is about 1.2 in this airplane. 1,200 feet per minute, that kind of deal.
900 feet.
Reduce to 900 feet.
Getting at 1778.
Tombrosco, I don't know what to say about that. Obviously, there's stuff that's going on
That is great, thank you.
that's causing some very serious problems. So that, you know, that's going to probably cause a little controversy to answer that one honestly, but yeah, there's some places that are a little scary in the real world right now. Low-vis may be on the last orbit because flight level 130 is your next waypoint. Well, you've actually been in it. You'd done a couple of orbits before we even got here, so. Fortunately, the water here is a little bit chilly, so I don't think we have to worry about alligators if we go augering into the water here. Okay, turning back around here. And a nice sunrise. We're approaching the season where in some parts of Sweden, Finland, and Norway, the sun doesn't set. It gives a whole new meaning to pulling an all-nighter. Eclipse, I will tell you that VATSIM event in Ukraine, they almost always cancel it. So at least they have the last 5 times we've tried to fly in that event. I don't know what your schedule is like on Saturday, but I will tell you that every time we've tried to fly it, it's been canceled. So there you go. Will Long is back in chat. Will, our next flight is Vienna to Basel, Malus. So take a smaller airplane or something like that. Probably take my sporty Airbus or maybe an Air France CRJ or something like that.
Red nose 120 via left hand turn direct Toronto technical approach.
There goes Loviz getting kicked
Roger,
out.
left hand turn direct Toronto, red nose 120.
And I'll bet that low vis's weight for landing is probably is better now. Okay, so we're coming up on ROPC again. We need to write down the fuel for orbit number 2. Vienna to Basel, Melusa, I don't think there'll be a lot at this point. Europe is starting to go to bed in some areas, unless it's an event like this one, so it's going to be kind of touch and go on that. Landy, you're in Sweden control right now? Okay.
955, descent flight level 140.
140, level 5.
3 miles to ROPC.
What is the easy 26 whiskey?
2 miles, looks like fuel.
441, descent flight level 150.
Flight level 150 now for Scandi 441. Down.
441, correction, descent flight level 160.
Flight level 160 for Scandi 441. Thanks.
Thank you, Nordic 972.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fuel is 3.48. All right. 3.480 is our fuel. We are now on loop-de-loop number 2. So now we need Mr. Calculator because that's too much math. So let's go 3.660 minus 3.480 equals, it costs us 0.18 tons, 0.18. So you can see we're at 3.46. We probably got about 5 to 10, maybe a few more orbits. So we're in really, really, really good shape right now.
Approach 119, definitely.
You know, if we take this number and multiply it by, let's say, 7, that's 1.2. So maybe we've got 7 orbits before we get to our, oh my God, we're all gonna die fuel. Actually more. So right now, 2.2, we're at 3.4. Yeah, that's about it. We've probably got about 7 orbits before we invade final reserve and alternate fuel. So those are just some of the little things, the math games that the pilots play when they're getting ready to, you know, if they enter a hold, how long can we hold before we can't hold anymore? Speedbird says it would be an E195 flight from Austrian that would do that. Well, I'm not going to go into the other old sim right now to fly the E-Jet, so maybe I'll just make it an Air France hop or a Lufty hop or something like that in a CRJ. That means we could take something bigger from Nashville to Jackson. I think, let's see, the Lufthansa is, I believe, a 900. So we could do a Lufty 900 flight out of Vienna. Low vis burned off enough fuel. Vinyl Rabbit, is there somebody else? Did you make it in there? Your Ursa Minor flight stick, be very careful when you put the USB plug into the stick. Really? I plugged it in and it's actually sits on my desk and I've never touched it. But Vinyl Rabbit, thank you for popping that information in. So what you're saying is the plug into the actual stick is kind of fragile, right? That's good. I'm going to try to remember that. Thank you. I never unplug it. I unplug the USB into my hub every night, but that's about it. And flight level 160?
130.
For Air France, it would be a hop. That's right. How do you put the plate?
411, descent flight level 150.
Flight level 150 now for flight Scandi 441. So Jason, to do a hold, it's different in every airplane. We're here in an Airbus A320. So to do that, you would hit the flight plan button, And let's say we're going to do a hold at this waypoint right here, TNO. Tango November, that's our next waypoint. So let's say we're going to do a hold there. You would press that waypoint and see where it says hold. Now you're going to go and press the button. And this is where you're going to put in your inbound turn course and whether you're making right or left turns or things like that. We're not going to do that, obviously. But that's where you would put that in. And you get information about those sorts of things. So like right now, we're in the Rossby hold. Now this is a publish hold. And over here at Rossby, that inbound course that I mentioned, that's 103 right there. And as you can see, in our little orbiting, we're going to make left-hand turns. Left-hand turns. So that's how you do a hold in an Airbus. Cambo, didn't they update the E-Jet? Not until I get Sim Update 2. When I get Sim Update 2, it should work. Loviz is now doing vectors, and Polyot is here. Welcome aboard. I hope studies for the last week of Judge School are proceeding okay. Are you feeling a little more judgmental? Well, I figure I need to welcome you in with a stupid judge joke, right?
On heading EG26 Whiskey.
Okay, coming up on Rossby, let's go ahead and all we're going to do this time is we're going to just update the loop-de-loop counter. So 2 miles, and then we get to say we've done 3 orbits now. Loviz, I think, did 4 or maybe 5 orbits. And fuel is still good. Joy Chew says to hydrate. Yeah, it's getting kind of warm here. So it's definitely getting a little bit warmer here at Spy HQ. So hydration is definitely an important thing to do.
Tower Tano in 130.
Thank you for reminding me to hydrate.
Scandinavian 441, descend flight level 140.
Flight level 140 now for Scandi 441. And that is orbit number 3. Well, first of all, Tom Sek, have you noticed that as often as I can, my flight number is always 441? That's kind of what I'm listening to. One of the other things is I've learned over the years in my former line of work, doing the news and the radio on TV, you know how those people have an earpiece? Well, that earpiece, you know, that's usually somebody talking in your ear while you're talking about the weather or reading the prompter or something like that. So I've learned how to have what's essentially a multi-track brain so that I can keep the show going while also paying attention to a producer telling me that, you know, usually they're telling me, you know, your tie's screwed up, your hair sucks, and you're ugly or something, you know, just because they're like that. But that's kind of how it is that I've developed the ability to do that. So I listen for 441. Okay, 14,000 feet and loop-de-loop number 3.
Delta enter hold at Rossby spot.
Okay, this is looking pretty good. We're gonna need a little floodlight. It's gonna start getting dark. Polyot, now he has me telling him that and playing the role of producer via text instead. Well, if there was another, so let's see.
Scandinavian 441, fly heading 180.
New heading is 180. Is that going to be a left turn for Scandi 441?
Left turn, yep.
Left turn, Scandinavian 441. We just broke the hold. 180. So we're going to need a whole, we would need a whole separate channel polyot for that.
And in Avian 712, Kobe Control, good evening.
And I know that I've got 4 channels to work with the Go XLR. I don't know how I isolate. So I need to figure out how to isolate to be able to give you what's called an IFB channel.
441, descent flight level 130, via left-hand turn direct. No, single member.
Continue the descent, flight level 130. We are now direct Tango November Oscar for Scandi 441.
Scandinavian 1778, descent flight level 140.
Smile more, look at camera 4, no, the other camera 4. No, it's never like that. It's, while I'm doing the weather, doing weather, it's the producer saying, hey, can you shave a minute and a half off your weather time right now? No, your jokes are not funny. Shut up. Some of them were nice, but boy, there were some producers that were mean.
New recruit
There
detected.
were some producers that
Welcome
could be kind of
aboard,
mean.
Agent.
Consort
Stay
just did a
sharp.
follow. Hi, Consort. Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Happy Monday, although I still feel weird as hell saying Happy Monday. Because most of the Mondays that I had were never happy. And 13,000 feet, and that all looks good.
Scandinavian 1778, exit hold flight, is dig 1.
Okay, looking good. So we just broke the hold, and we're going direct to Toronto, the Tango November Oscar. It's going to be 250 knots there, so there's going to be a slowdown. Have we ever done any Aeroflot ops? We have a long time ago. We generally don't right now. Maybe after the unhappiness in Ukraine ends, we'll do that again. But right now, we've been kind of staying away from that. Roberto is brand new in chat from Spain over on YouTube. Hi, Roberto. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. We are direct to TNO. There's going to be a slowdown, and we do have a slowdown dot here. So that pink.
441, contact approach 119 at this rate, so 5, bye-bye.
119.805 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too.
119.805. I think we're starting to, I think the spies are starting to become regulars on Vectors to Copenhagen. It's pretty good.
Below is 955, descent 4,000.
Okay, let's come over here and also do an ATIS check.
Scandinavian 39, Charlie, turn left heading 210, descent 5,000.
Information Tango is current. 102111. Okay, looking good. Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441. Flight level 130, direct to Tango November Oscar with Information Tango.
First EC26 Whiskey, turn left direct Charlie Hotel 653.
Direct to Charlie Hotel 653.
Scandinavian 506 speed 220.
320, Scandinavian 5.
Don't mind it, the thing about
506,
we've
contact final 120.
tried to do the Ukrainian event, but they cancel it almost every week, Eclipse, so that one's never guaranteed.
Scandinavian 441, sorry about the delay. Descend and maintain flight level 80. Good evening.
Good evening, descend and maintain flight level 80, Scandi 441. Cairo might be good because it's been probably a few weeks since I got to do any mummy jokes. They kind of pile up like a big old pyramid there, but that might be fun.
Belarus 955, speed 250.
Increase speed to 250, 1155.
And we're going to need a little speed break here to get to 250 knots at TNO. And we got that speed restriction.
Direct.
This is where the new the executive producer says your jokes aren't funny. Yeah.
Scandinavian 441, you can expect some short today victory because of traffic this evening.
Scandinavian 441, we brought extra blueberry juice and avgas.
Perfect. That's why it's called vectoring on Monday, you know.
It makes it more fun. Obviously, we have a very strange sense of fun here, don't we?
Today, EKCH whiskey descent 4000, speed 250.
Hey, Tic Tac, welcome. Oh, you've been here, right, Tic Tac? If not, welcome in.
Scandinavian 1778.
Okay, 250, looking good there. Speed brakes away.
Level 80, Scandinavian 1778.
EC26 whiskey.
Ratings target.
Speed 250.
Well, we're in big trouble. Magra Ants, welcome back. Happy Monday. Tic Tac is busy flying. Happy flying.
Scandinavian 39 Charlie, turn right to heading 230.
Landing lights, taxi light, seat belts.
Scandinavian 441, make a left turn heading 070. I'll get you back in course in just a few minutes.
Left turn 070 for Scandinavian 441. Out we go. And it's never a problem. We probably won't have any big delay vectors or anything like that going out of Vienna tonight. ATC will still be over that airport west of Cairo. There's a really cool airport that LOWW has suggested, used to go into all the time. And that's, maybe it would be fun. I'm trying to remember what it is. It's right by a sea. And it's right by a sea that LOWW goes to, and used to be stationed there, and says it's a cool approach. And it is kind of a cool approach. We could depart out of that airport and go back to Cairo. And I'll try and remember what it is. My tech review, the airplane did not play hold well. Let's see here. I'm trying to remember. So over here in Cairo.
Scandinavian 441, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1021.
1021 on the altimeter and 5,000 feet for Scandi 441. Hey Toby, welcome aboard. Sphinx Music wants to go to HESH. It's Sphinx International Airport. I don't think that. I think that might be nice. Yeah, I don't remember what that boat. I don't think we've been to that. I don't think we've been to Sphinx International, have we? Altimeters are checked and set.
Scandinavian 441, turn right heading 210.
The right turn is now 210 for Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 1778, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1021.
There we go. Actually, an awful lot of the Flight Sim 2020 sceneries work just fine. They do work just fine in 2024. In fact, I don't seem to remember, I don't know any problems that I've had with any of them.
Scandinavian 40 Golf, hello to you, descent 580, expect some short delay, vectoring, cross traffic. Polaris 955, reduce speed to 220.
220, level 5.
The KJAN 5435, hello to you, descend and maintain flight.
Wow, we did a real turn here.
Houston 8000, Luxia 5435.
Polaris 955, contact final 120205, calls are open.
120205, thank you. 11F5.
120205.
Saturday event 39, Charlie speed 220.
That might be
Saturday
our
event 441, make a left turn direct Charlie Hotel 631.
left turn, Charlie Hotel 631 for Scandi 441.
Saturday event 1778.
Lovis got a really good turn. And Polyat says there is scenery. It's not great, but not terrible.
778.
Scandinavian 40 Golf, turn right heading 240.
Charlie Hotel 631, direct to
Scandinavian 441, descent 4000, speed 250.
4,000 now and 250 knots in the speed for Scandinavian 441. It is so nice to do a complex event like this with the WinWing autopilot and the McDo. I'm not kidding. I'm able to get it done so much faster with this hardware. Yeah, it really makes a difference. It's pretty cool actually.
Luxia 5435, turn left heading 010, short delay vector in traffic.
Toby, hope I said hi when you came in. Thank you for stopping by. Happy Monday. I'm going to figure out something else to say because Happy Monday just is not going to cut it. It's great getting to fly here and have daylight like this. It's nice.
EC26 Whiskey, speed 220.
20 easy 26 whiskey.
Okay, we're following an airplane. We're 10 miles behind.
265, you can expect some short delay vectoring. Copy that.
I think we're all set. All we have to do is point the airplane in the direction that they say. Don't go too fast and we may make it.
Contact final 120205. Have a good day. Good night. Bye bye.
Scandinavian 1778, descent 4000.
4000, Scandinavian 177.
Luxia 5435, confirm heading 010.
Heading 010, Luxia 5435.
Polya does say Happy Monday to people on Slack, and everyone tells me to F off. Really?
Golf, descent 5000 feet, turn 81021.
5000 feet, KJAN 021.
They got together and ganged up on you, so I don't know, 9:15
Yeah, 5435.
on a Monday.
Right turn
That's
right
a
heading
little harsh.
090.
That's a little, yeah, I can see why they ganged up on you and said move to 1. I mean, Monday, you kind of need a little bit of time to, kind of need to get into it. But you say Happy Monday. I mean, it makes perfect sense to do a Monday meeting, say, you know, what's going on and what do you need from me? Makes perfect sense. AC Bencato, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Bring in the map click.
The Kilo Oscar Romeo left heading 01025. Luxia 5435, confirmed descending 5000 feet.
We did have, there was a 10 a.m. meeting every day in newsrooms. There's usually a 10 a.m. meeting and a 2 p.m. meeting. before
Scandinavian 40 Golf, make a left
before the
turn,
evening news and stuff. And the Monday was bad. 10 a.m. was basically lunchtime for you, though. Well, yeah, if it depends on the shift, yeah.
Tango Yankee, hello to you.
The 10 a.m. meeting for me was virtually quitting time almost, unless we were going to do a noon news. So if we had a noon news, basically we would do the morning stuff, do the stuff during the national shows, and then get almost a 2-hour break if we were going to do a half an hour at noon. But they didn't want us to do that 10 a.m. meeting. And that's an editorial meeting if you're going to work in a newsroom. T-Bird has some silly little guys in there, and the haha ball will come on in, T-Bird. Oh, you've been here, that's right. Loviz did a great landing. Landy says Loviz had a nice landing. Z1 Plays Games is back in chat. Welcome aboard.
Postman 3317, hello to you. Descent flight level 80, turn right heading 240.
That looks like an airport to me. There's the airport.
Scandinavian 40 Golf, turn left.
There's that big bridge. Let's see. Z1 did Dublin to Lisbon.
Scandinavian 40 Golf, turn left heading 170.
It passes the vibe check. And then we turn out like this. Okay, I think that's going to be our information coming in. And here we are coming out there. Tic Tac says
Scandinavian 441, reduce speed to 220.
220 knots now for Scandinavian 441. Tic Tac says it's the Øresund Bridge. It connects Copenhagen in Denmark with Malmö in Sweden.
Scandinavian 441, you can now contact final frequency 120205, course on only. Bye-bye.
120205 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week. There we go.
UD26 Whiskey speed 160 knots until 4 contact tower 118.
Minus 120 and got 30 for taxi. Halo Viz. And you got your weight down too with the hold.
160 knots until 4 contact tower 118105.
Contact tower 18 is more than 105 and seal 160.
Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 411, turn left heading 180.
Minus 120 for Red Nose 120. Arrivals, good evening from Scandinavian 441.
Danish 496, turn left heading 350.
I'm going to avoid a landing rate of minus 441. Yes.
39er Charlie, turn right heading.
Taxiing is the most stressful part of the event for Loviz. I know, that's a little confusing.
Danish 496, turn left heading 270. Left 270, and keep the speed.
Flaps 1.
Ryanair 62 Kilo X-ray Castro final clouding from 3,000 feet. Continue after Radovi, continue heading as north.
Activate the LS system.
Canadian 441 Castro final clouding from 3,000 feet, turn right heading 050.
3,000 feet, right turn 050 for Scandinavian 441. I'm almost able to get the autopilot set up while I'm reading it back, and it takes longer to read it back. Uh-oh.
Canadian 411, speed 180 knots until 16, contact tower 118105.
Wow, that guy, that they've got a really quiet mic on that airplane.
39er Charlie, turn right, correction speed 180 knots. Danish 49er 6 descent.
Ooh, Danish.
Turn left heading 240.
I bet they have good cinnamon rolls on Danish Airlines.
Scandinavian 1778.
And 1778 got the final flow descent 3000 feet.
Hair Link 1 is welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Scandinavian 411. Happy landing. Thanks for the follow, Hair
New
Link.
approach detected.
Welcome
Welcome
on in.
aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Runway 22 right, report time.
Visual to the right and will report final date 496.
39er Charlie, do you have traffic inside 12 outlook position? Maintain visual separation with him, please, on visual runway 22 right.
There's that one that just
New
made the
recruit
turn coming in
detected.
right over there.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
I think that's
Stay sharp.
Scandinavian 411. I think that's Scandinavian 411 over there. AC, thank you for the follow. Uh-oh, better pit.
441, turn right heading 180, clear the ILS runway 22.
Right turn 180, cleared for the ILS runway 22 left for Scandinavian 441.
Ryanair 62 kilo, return left heading 340.
Cleared for the ILS. Loviz went to the A gate. So Loviz, did you get the taxi on runway 30? Which is a little unusual.
For cooperation, tower 119er 355.
119er 355 1965.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
I'm
granted,
going to arm
Agent.
the localizer
Loyalty
and have it
noted.
grab that. So let's snag the localizer. And what just happened? English Sanchez came in with some gift subs. Hey, English Sanchez, thank you for gifting some subs today. Awfully nice of you. Thank you for the extra support. Thank you for coming by. Hope your Monday is going well and you're surviving that okay.
Right 070, Scandinavian 1778.
Travel 315, come to final slow, proceed direct auto, descent 3000.
Pauliette did a flight earlier, a chance to tell ATC no to their unreasonable request. Really? They gave you an unreasonable request? What, like they expected you to pay attention and do what they told you? Read the instructions? I got the localizer. Glide slope is now active. I'm going to now switch over from localizer to approach. There is approach. That means that I'm a little bit more approachable. Actually, no, English Sanchez didn't gift 2 subs. It was 5, and it was 2 minutes ago. Thank you, English Sanchez, for doing 5 gift subs. That was super duper nice. Thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for the extra support. Pauliette was a descent rate and a speed restriction. Yeah, you either can go slow or you can descend. You can't do both at the same time, particularly with sub-slippery airplanes, right? You got vectored about, I see. Okay.
Right 120, Scandinavian
All right, everything's looking good there. Speed brakes. Armed. Auto brakes. Low. Next is Vienna. Departure. We're going to the Euro airport.
Right 180, clear the left to left, Scandinavian 1778.
441, speed 180 until 40, correction, speed 180 until 60, contact tower 118, 105.
118, 105 is the tower, 180 knots until 6 miles DME for Scandinavian 441. This one is really testing short-term memory, but we seem to be doing pretty good. Okay, looking pretty good there, 180 knots, our speed's slowing down. They wanted a 2,000 foot per minute descent at 210 knots. Nope, not gonna happen. I mean, even if you're going to throw out your speed brakes and everything. Copenhagen Tower, good evening. Scandinavian 441's on about a 6-mile final for 22 left.
Scandinavian 411 Tower, good evening. Continue approach.
Continue, Scandi 441. Ground is 121.630. 121.630. There we go. Ground set and ready to go. Landing gear could go down. Wheels is a good thing. All of our lights are groovy. Final cabin call. 6 miles DME. Landing speed. We're doing flaps 3. We've got that set.
6 Kilo X-ray Tower, good evening. Continue approach. Scandinavian 411, contact Castle Apron on 121.630.
Flaps. Letting the airplane do the work till we're 100% ready. Fun flight, much more pleasant in the 738 than the F-28. Yeah, the F-28 is fun, but for a big VATSIM event where you're going to be doing lots of twists and turns and stuff, it's just not worth it. Flaps are set.
Scandinavian 39 Charlie without delay, right turn Bravo 4 to join Bravo.
AP. Right.
Scandinavian 178, establish it to that.
1778, good evening, continue approach.
Continue 177.
Scandinavian 441, runway 22 left, clear flight.
22 left, clear to land. Scandi 441.
Scandinavian 411, cross runway 30, taxi via Bravo, hold short of Zulu.
40. Too low, terrain. 20. Retard. Retard. Retard.
I may have bounced. Humiliating. Yeah, we're in an A320.
Scale 441, right turn off Bravo 4 to join Bravo.
Turning now, Bravo 4 and join Bravo for Scandinavian 441.
Vienna 62 Kilo X-ray, the wind is calm, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Let's hear it for the high speeds here in Copenhagen. Lights. Low vis was in the 737-800, minus 450. I was going for 441. Really? It was 450? 450? Man, that seems so buttery to me. It seemed like there was so much butter on the runway. Oscar.
Cross 30, hold short of Zulu.
Cross 30, we can hold short of Zulu. Scandinavian 441. Oscar, thank you for coming in. Did they want 160? Did I mishear them? It's been known to happen before. I guess the butter was a little on the lumpy side. It was 1,450. Oh, terrible. Flaps going up. Slats going up. If I got a minus 441, low vis would have sent a gift for 441. Well, now I've got a challenge. Boy. Do past landings count? We got it once. That's right, I think we did. And we hold short of Zulu.
Ryanair 62 Kilo X-ray, right to Bravo 4, join Bravo.
There would be evidence over on Volanta.
Runway 2 to left, clear for that. Logs 5435, are you on my frequency?
No, this is only a one-time deal. Got it. Hair link to make sure I don't think you can cross.
Logs
I can cross 30. I have to stop at Zulu is the way I understand it, Hair link. But I got an airplane in front of me, so I'm going to just wait for this Scandi here.
Got travel 315, good evening, continue approach.
Brakes. Mr. Posh Martin has done a slam dunk landing in San Francisco, minus 440. That's right. Got to wake some of those passengers up.
Scandinavia 1778, join taxiway Bravo, behind the company A320 on the taxiway.
Bravo behind the A320, Scandinavian 1778.
Ryanair 62 Kilo X-ray, give way to the Scandinavian on Bravo 5.
It's still under 600, which is the FAA limit, so we don't get in trouble with the maintenance. Well, let's clean up a little bit more of the airplane here.
Skytrail 315, after landing, please expedite vacate the runway.
Let's not bother with the APU yet.
Scandinavia 42 Golf, full established.
Hey, Captain Chris, welcome aboard.
Reduce the final approach speed, you're flying way too fast.
Flying way too fast. Can't be doing that way too fast stuff. Next flight is out of Vienna.
What was that aircraft calling on the ground?
Scandinavian 411 or Zulu.
Alright, 411, you can stay with me and stand by for now. I have the departing traffic crossing and I'll call you back. Gavin 411, once you're clear of the Wizz Air A320, then taxi via Romeo, stand Charlie 33.
When clear of Wizz Air, Charlie 33 via Romeo,
Yeah, we got another airplane up here too.
Careful Tower, Scandinavia 35, island to the left, 7 miles.
5 Tower bar.
Parking brakes. It's actually kind of warm here at Spy HQ. That's, you know, but yeah, I didn't have the spy hat on for the landing.
Negative, stand by. Skytrail 305, right turn on runway 30 if you can, or Bravo 5,
How
however.
about an Airbus hat? My tech review is still in the hold,
I will have clearance for you shortly, stand by.
but you're about ready to leave the hold.
Scandinavian 4 to the Golf, runway 2 to left, clear for that.
Clear to land at 50.
Skytrail 315, taxi on Bravo behind the Ryanair 737. Gavin 39 Charlie, taxi via Bravo, Victor Sierra, stand Delta 3, cross runway 30.
LFS.
Gavin 4 to the Golf, vacate right via Bravo 5 to join Bravo.
Okay, clear Bravo 5 and clear Bravo 747.
Scandinavian 265, the wind 230 degrees 3 knots, runway 2 to left, you're cleared for that.
2 to left, clear for left, 265.
Gavin 441, taxi cross runway 30, then taxi via taxiways Bravo, Victor and Sierra to stand Echo 24.
Echo 24, and could I get those taxiways again for Scandi 441?
Bravo, Victor and Sierra.
Bravo, Victor, and Sierra. Our parking tonight is Echo 24 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks.
Scandinavian 1778, taxi stand Bravo 7 via Bravo Yankee.
Wigbill says it's going to be hot in Texas today. Oh, got to turn off the parking brakes if we want to roll forward.
Ryanair 62 Kilo X-ray, taxi via taxiway Bravo, Romeo and Whiskey, stand Foxtrot 8. Thank you very much.
Bravo, Victor, and Sierra.
Good evening, Postman 2217 ILS to the left.
Sky Travel 315, taxi stand Charlie 29 via Bravo and Romeo, cross runway 30.
Bravo, Victor.
Scandinavian 40 Golf, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 30, hold short of taxi with you.
Continue via Bravo, kör mellan England.
105 degrees in Texas on Wednesday. Bravo, Victor, and we're looking for Sierra and Echo 24. Echo 24. Well, that's how they make hot sauce for Tex-Mex.
Yeah, can you make a visual with the 2 to right? Then it can end very well for you. Okay, visual to right.
That's how the jalapenos get hot, right, Wig Bill? Drummer's in chat. Welcome, welcome. And we're going to Echo 24. There we go. So we do a loop-D and it's straight ahead.
Skyline 265, taxi Bravo, cross 30, hold short Zulu.
Bravo, cross 30, hold short Zulu to the track.
Scandinavian 40 Golf, taxi via taxiways Bravo, Yankee, and Mike, stand Bravo 8.
Bravo, Yankee, Mike, stand Bravo 8.
That says Delta 10. Something's weird here. Something's weird in my scenery. That says Delta 10. So they're doing some work here, but so Echo would have been this line over here. I have airport construction here. So this, I guess, is going to have to do it for us here. This is going to have to do it for us here. There is airport construction going on. Hey, Finn Zippo is back. Did 2 weeks of vacation. How are you feeling after 2 weeks of vacation, Finn Zippo? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in today. Didn't get the APU up on that one. Maybe my scenery's a little bit old, but that would have been the taxi line right over there. We're done here. We could speed this up a little bit by going to ground services. Do chocks and cones and put in a GPU. Punch that in, and now we can turn off our engines, and the APU will pick it up as soon as we get going. Okay, it's on. We'll turn on the bleed, keep the passengers comfy, deboard the airplane, forward stairs, cargo, open to 1L, and that should do it. Oh, somebody forgot his beacon. Now we're all good to go. So yeah, that's I got construction here. Finn Zippo, you do have a couple of updates, and also you've got a couple of really nice airplane updates as well. So that should be nice. And as the passengers get up, I thought I turned off seatbelts. I know I did that. Okay, shall we get going to our next flight? This one looks like it's going to be a little longer. From Vienna. I was going to take either an Air France or a Lufthansa CRJ. Air France would probably be good. I don't think Lufty would do that. So we will hop to our next flight, and there will be all sorts of hopping jokes that will probably be up and down. Okay, this looks good. LFSB is where we're going. So there we're going over here. So, Vienna to LFSB. Much like the landings. Okay. So, new flight. So, this will be hop. And this is going to be LOWW, Wien. LFSB. And we're going to do, it's a CRJ9 is what we have for a hop flight. Or maybe it's a 10. Maybe IHOP, they're going to be serving pancakes. No, that'd be a lufty if we want the 9. I think hop is going to be the 10. So, yep, Air France is going to be a CRJ 1000.
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody
Top
just did a
clearance
sub.
granted,
Thank you
agent.
for a resub.
Loyalty noted.
I'm going to add 15 minutes of fuel. Not 25. 15 minutes of fuel. Runway 16 and runway 33. Guess that's about it. It was Ms. Keeter. Ms. Keeter has been here for 29 months. Thanks for a nice resub today. Really appreciate that. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for coming by and helping me to keep all the lights on here at Spy HQ. Let's go get our flight sim. Okay, controls basically stay about the same. Ms. Keeter, thank you for coming in. Let's generate a flight. And I'm going to need a PDF. This is one of those times where you really do need to have your PDF flight plan on your desktop. You can view it in the EFB, but it's not very good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. And SimBrief said flight level 340 for this flight. That's probably okay. And file. And that looks good, so we're all set for that. Let's go over to Wien and find a place to park. My guess is they'd put something like this on the other side, so how about the other side for that? Okay, so we're a CRJ CRJX, I believe. CRJ, I guess it's an X for 1,000. And let's see if I can do the title correctly without causing a problem. There's the title. And I also can put in all the numbers for my flight plan. Hang on a sec. Okay, and we've got those updated now. Okay, so that looks good too. Let's see, Waterwell is back. Went to depart from Edinburgh. Got it to 6. V1 rotates. The sim crashed and put you stationary in the middle of the runway. Do you think you hit a button, a bump in the scenery or something to crash it? Have you got like damage turned on in your sim so you can damage your airplane? That's like one of the first things we've all turned off. We've all kind of turned that off. Okay. Oh boy, this is going to be a longer flight, I think. Okay, let's clean up some of this stuff here. So we're not squawking 000202 anymore. We don't need this one. We don't need that climb and maintain, and we're gonna bump this up a line. There we go. Vienna to Basel. Milus is how I would, somebody sent me a pronouncer for this airport. It's also called the Euro Airport too. They call it the Euro Airport. I'm gonna guess that maybe that doesn't have anything to do with a Greek restaurant in there selling gyros or anything. I really also like the fact that this airplane just automatically switches your controls around. That is such a time saver. Really appreciated that after taking the old sim up for a spin. CRJ, and it's the CRJ 1000. And let's configure it. And get ourselves a hop livery. Yeah, sometimes that damage. There's Brit Air. Never heard of Brit Air. Iberia, Garda, Britner, Air France Hop. That looks like a hoppy little plane. I wonder if they serve beer with hops in it on this flight. And save and go back. Hi, Daniel. Daniel's over on YouTube. Daniel, thanks for coming by today. LOWW, Bean. And low. It's because they made a big fuss of it being the symbol of open borders in Europe, because it's operated by two countries and has two sides. It's the Swiss side and the French side. Island hops in the Canary Islands. So that's why they called it the Euro Airport. Okay, and we said we were going to go on the opposite side. So how about F16? And go. So F16 is our gate. Okay, all of that looks good. Flight plan's ready to go. I updated the title. I updated the flight plan. I've got Spy T, and that's good. Daniel, are you going to go? Oh, you choose whichever's best for you, Daniel. If you like watching on YouTube, please enjoy YouTube. If you like Twitch, please enjoy Twitch.
New recruit detected.
And thank you for being here.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Tim,
Stay
at
sharp.
some point under President, France tried to take full control, but eventually there was an agreement. You mean that there was squabbling for people who wanted control of the airport on the border? I'm shocked that that goes on. Varkotunum? Which I didn't even do that well. Daniel, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Technically, the airport is entirely in French territory. I'm shocked that there would be squabbling about things like that. Okay, what else can I do? Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. Just have to sit here and wait a little bit. We do have sceneries for both of these airports. So we've got the Euro Airport scenery, which is actually kind of an interesting little airport. And then we've also got scenery here in Vienna. And I think somebody just did a follow over on YouTube. I'll bet that was Daniel. Thanks, Daniel. Okay, what else can I do? We've got music. We've got... I think we're good. I think we just have to wait. I don't understand why it's taking so long. I preloaded these airports in earlier today. What else can I do here? Our flight after this is Nashville to Jackson. I was going to take a CRJ on Nashville to Jackson. We'll figure out something else. Not Waffle wants to know, should I buy the A320 or wait out for the Neo from Phoenix? I think any of the Phoenix airplanes are going to be a fine airplane for you. I really think it's going to be a good airplane. It's a reliable airplane. You can take it in. You can take it almost anywhere in any VATSIM event, and it's going to be a solid plane. This is one of those airplanes, and it's just well done. And if you've got some controls for it, it's even better. Let's see, don't need the autopilot or the McDo. The Neo won't be until the end of the year, so just get the COs. current engine option, right, is CO. And I don't think I need to have that on. Tic Tac says yes. Daniel says that Neo upgrade will be free. Oh, I didn't know that. Really? Still think that Airbus missed out on a really great marketing opportunity to not sign a deal with Neo from the Matrix to market their Neos. The Matrix chosen one. There you go. Absolutely. I mean, Keanu Reeves would have been, that probably would have enjoyed, you know, talking about the Neo as Neo. Can't think of any other Neos out there. I preloaded this airport. Why are you taking forever? We've been in this airplane. The CRJs haven't gotten an update, have they? Oh, finally. Jeez, forever. Wow, it got dark here all of a sudden, didn't it? It got dark here. The loading gets real jumpy here. So one of the things is you're not going to have to buy the CO if you want the Neo. There's our little airport. Let's hop aboard. You have to get in the airplane to make it all work. And the first thing to do is you have to come over here and click the screen. FS Labs 321, 320 Neo will also be an option in the galaxy far, far away. Let's go to aircraft. I usually will hit a cold and dark option, and then we can go and get ourselves a power truck. Open our doors. I'm going to drop the handrails so that the Jetway can come out for us. And there is our very, 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 very long CRJ. Okay, so let's see here. Come on over here. I know what I need to do. I need to go and launch Volanta. Otherwise, the angry Volanta voice is going to get me. Okay, Volanta's going. Let's go cold and dark. Let's go to flight plan and import the flight plan. It's a tail strike waiting to happen. Yeah, especially if you're a Delta CRJ taxiing near an A350 in Atlanta. I'm having too much fun with that, right? I'm starting to look at things like the, I'm starting to look at things like maintenance tabs in my airplanes now, because some of these airplanes, if you don't do maintenance, you're not going to get the autopilot going. This airplane does have a very, very nice sound package. I think this is the only Boris package that I have. Battery. It's going to beep at us a bit. Ground power. Here comes ground power. And that looks good. Hydraulic 3A switch goes on. I'll turn the logo light on. No smoking to on. Arm the emergency exit lights. And come over here and do recirculating fan. James the Catcher, welcome back in, James. Good to see you. And the airplane, as it comes to life here, let's go and turn on a few things. There's our floodlights, and our cockpit looks really good. Like the FS labs, that will actually in-op something if you do it wrong or randomly. You also have to check your logs and your MEL. If it says the coffee machine is broken, you have to cancel the flight because, yes, a coffee machine is part of the minimum equipment list. You have to have it. Just like you have to have your tank full of blue juice before you can go. Okay, I think this is good. Okay, I've got a few rabbit holes to jump in down here, but first let's get on VATSIM. And flight plan is going to take a little bit here. Actually, that's not VATSIM, that is Pushback Helper. Here comes VATSIM. And it is indeed a CRJX. We don't need these flashing in our face. And VATSIM. So connect. We are going to be hop. And we are a CRJX. A long CRJ. All right, let's go start plugging stuff in. So we have to initialize our position, and position in it, we are LOWW. That would be considered the lowdown on our departure. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself one for that. We are gate F16. And check your FMS position next to the gate position. Pop that in there. And then we need to come down here and start the alignment process. Nav and nav. And that looks good. Flight plan time. I have not done the send to FMS option. So what I'm going to do is set my payload and my fuel. I'm going to go to performance and set the payload in the simulator. I'm just going to have a look at passengers. It's supposed to be 84. It's 83. That's close enough. So I'm going to set the payload. The airplane is now loaded. Flight plan, I'm going to import I'm going to say send it to the FMS. I don't usually do that in this airplane because the flight plans are usually short. But this time I thought that might be a good idea. And I'm going to compare that just a little. Soval, Sydney, bags. Yep, this is fine. Okay. LOWW, LFSB, LFLL, and Hop 441. All of that looks great. Our flight plan looks good. Let's execute that. SimBrief in its wisdom gave us a departure. The charts app in this airplane is not bad. It's really not a bad charts app. I kind of like this one. I'll show you one of the cool things in just a second. Right now for our departure, let's get parking stands and coordinates. And we want the other one. Oh, this is our destination airport. We want the origin airport. There we go. We need the origin airport. I was going to say, that didn't look right. Okay, so we are over here at gate F16. I'm going to pin that in there. We need the airport. SimBrief said runway 16 for departure. That's pretty easy. And our departure is going to be the Soval to Bravo. Oh God, look at this. Soval to Alpha. Those are departures, right? Is it Soval to Bravo? Yep, Soval to Bravo. I don't see it in here. Adama, Lanix, Stein, Rupert. Oh, you have to hit the you have to hit the arrow. You can't move it up that way. You got to, okay. Soval to Bravo. Here's Soval to Bravo. There it is. So the Soval to Bravo, we take off, we make a turn, come around here. Initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. Let's put that in here right now so I don't forget. And it's, of course, a small little number, making it very hard to see. Okay, so we've got Soval to Bravo, and all of those look good. Now let's go and do our arrival into Basel Mulhouse. Stars, Basel Mulhouse, not Mulhouse. Okay, what are we doing coming in? We're coming in via Rigby. That's not going to help us out much. That's not going to help. Well, there's Rigby over there. Rigby is actually the last waypoint in. So we really don't need a star. Let's do an approach. And we're coming in on runway 33. So there is an ILS Zulu or a Yankee for runway 33. Well, Rigby doesn't help us out very much, does it? Because this is the south side. I think we're going to blow off Rigby and pick it up from Madig in here. Doesn't look like there's that big of a difference, so we'll just grab the Yankee for whatever reason. And for the airport info. So runway 33, 90-degree exit. Pin it, parking stands, pin it, and that's about all we're going to need. Now we'll go over here, and all of your pinned, and it's all on one page, so this is nice. Then there's a button over here on the CRJ's version of charts, and you hit the little magnifying glass with the B in it, and that sets you up right there for your moving ground chart, which is like, bam, right there. This is a good app. I wish more would use this. So anyway, that's pretty good. Okay, so with this, I'm going to go open up the flap. And let's come on down and do the flight plan. Departure and arrival. So departure is runway 16. It's going to be the Soval to Bravo. Or Bravo, if I try and roll it there. Okay, execute that. Back to departure and arrival. Arrivals, we are expecting the ILS Yankee is what we got the chart for runway 33. No stars, we've got Adoga or Altic. There's Altic over there. We don't want that one. Oh, there's an initial approach. Let's see if the initial approach gives us a nice transition. So approaches for Basel Mulhouse. Initial approaches via Altic and Adora. Altic doesn't work for us, and Adora doesn't work for us. There's nothing from the direction we're doing. And the rig V is actually up here, so we're not going to do that either. I don't think we need that one. So we'll just not do that one. CSS is releasing a classic 737 Boeing. I don't remember. Oh, wait a minute. CSS. That rings sort of a distant bell, I think. Do I still use the 1080 Ti? I think that's my processor hasn't changed, Daniel. AvGeek Fozzie is back in chat. John's back here too. You are illegal for departure in accordance with a regulation. Well, the thing is, we're also spies, so spies get away with stuff like this. Oh, that's the one that's going to do the $100 subscription fee. I don't think I want to do subscriptions to airplanes. I don't think I want to do that. I'm going to just do vectors. Oh, John, I thought you were serious. I thought you had information. Oh, okay. Well, we were still going to be bad boy spies here. We were still going to be bad boy spies. But thanks, John. Welcome in. You had a good one. Oh, it's $100 to buy the plane, $5 to $10 subs. Well, if I can buy it, we'll see if it's a hot rocket flamethrowing airplane. If it's hot rocket and flamethrowing, then maybe we'll get it, but maybe not. Okay, all this looks good. Let's go to flight plan and performance. Cruise altitude for this flight is going to be flight level 340. If we have to go to our alternate, it's flight level 230. Oh, you got to use all the zeros. Got to use all the zeros. 2300 for the alternate. Now we're going to come over here and go to performance. I'm going to copy performance data from the electronic flight bag and set my bugs for takeoff. Not Waffle has decided to make the plunge and buy the A320. I think it's going to be an airplane that in the end you're going to enjoy. It's not a bad airplane at all. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's execute that. Page 2, cruise winds from the flight plan is 027 at 13. 027 degrees at 13 knots. -2. Execute that. The current time is 20:48. Let's call it 2100 for departure. Execute that. VNAV, we're going to have some different numbers for VNAV. So over on charts, on the Sobel departure, transition is 10,000 feet. Execute that. Next page is flight level 340, and our arrival at Basel Malus is, it says 7,000, so let's say 8,000. Oh, it probably wants FL. So let's just do 8,000 feet. There we go. And execute that. That looks good. Go to performance. And on the performance tab, we can do takeoff and landing data. We're going to flex to 43 degrees. Save a little wear and tear on the engines, maybe a little bit of fuel too. On the MFD menu, we're going to get some VNAV data and progress. Okay, that looks really good. Let's go ahead and start closing some doors and getting ready to go. So 1, 2, 3 cargo doors can close. The APU is up and running. I'm going to disconnect ground power for now. And we can disconnect the ground power chart on the flight plan page. Refresh the weather here at Wien. The altimeter is 1016. 1016. And for runway 16, our heading is 159 degrees off the runway. Another small number that we're looking under the artificial horizon. 159, right? Verify it, and yes, 159 degrees. We're going to need to be at 122.8, so radio page 122.800. We are a spy plane, so 0007 is our squawk code, the universal squawk for spy planes. Kidding. Highway cam is on. Okay, all this looks good. And all of this is good too. Last rabbit hole is 885 feet. So we got a dial up at the top to read a gauge at the bottom. And every click of the thumb wheel is 2. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 100. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 200. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 300. 4, 6, 8, 10, 400. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 5. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 6. 4, 6, 8, 10, 7. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Should be about 800 feet. And it says 800 feet. We need to go to 885. So 2, 4, 6, 8 should be 880. And that's good. Landing altitude, elevation is set. We're almost ready to go. Hopefully. Okay, come on over here. And aircraft, we're going to close the main door. Nope, get ready to the jetway. There goes the jetway. APU is up and running. Drinks before takeoff. Fryok, your flight attendant should be distributing your favorite beverages down the aisle. Closing the door. Parking brakes are indeed on. I'm going to get rid of my chocks. Make sure everything's closed and disconnected before, because you can't change it after you pull the chocks. Over on charts over there, let's get pushback helper ready and get out of that and hit the B and call the tug. Sandwiches at 15, about 14 to 15,000 feet, I think. 14 to 15,000 feet. Okay, let's start squawking. That's down there. Squawking mode Charlie. I don't see any ATC. Seatbelts can go on. The rest of our hydraulic systems can go on. The beacon can go on. Parking brakes off. And out we go. Is it Coke or Pepsi on this flight? I have no idea, but whatever it is, it's going to be some tasty stuff. Yeah, I would imagine it would be some sort of a French drink. Maybe Frog's Leg champagne or something like that. Let's start it doing a gentle turn, and we can go turn on our fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are on. Hydraulics are on. Starting engine number L. Or engine 1. 17, 18, 19, and 20. Fuel. Stop. Parking brakes on. Tug is automatically disconnected. And the left engine all the way in the back of the airplane's going on. That looks pretty good. Starting to. And the update for this airplane, you have to hold the engine start button down a little bit before it'll start. Okay, here comes engine 2. And 20% fuel. And engines are starting.
Pull down on the mask. Place the mask over your nose and mouth. Slip the elastic strap over your head and breathe normally. In case of a water landing.
Okay, so for this, I'm going to come out here, right turn, Bravo 1 for runway 16. Bravo 1 for runway 16. Two good starts for our engines. Let's turn on air conditioning. Done with the APU. Flaps 8. No auto brakes or speed brakes to set on this one. So we'll come down here and we've got 3. It's really easy to miss one of these, so I'm always careful with the yaw dampers and stabilizer trim. Make sure I'm just press them and see that they work. And there's mock trim. And everything looks good. Our final setting is on performance. And it's the main page, and takeoff trim is 8.2. There we go. Trim is set. Shall we go? So it's straight ahead and off to the left. Parking brakes. And let's do nose wheel tiller, nose wheel, cabin call. Let's go. Being traffic, good evening from an Air France hop, CRJ. We are taxiing out of Foxtrot 16, taxiing via Bravo 1 to runway 16. Bean. Dougal was flying in Copenhagen today, was Speedbird 322. Yeah, they did a really good job. They switched your runway twice, so they hopped you from one side to the other. Bonsoir, High Priestess. High Priest Medea, welcome aboard. A little CRJing today. High Priest Medea did a hop flight to Rome. Did you go to Rome, or as they said over in Monty Python, did you go to Rome? I guess there's a different pronunciation, right? And now we'll look over here and see that our takeoff config check is okay. It's an automatic config and it's done. Boeing guy, thank you for coming by today. Oh, I figured they would have like ginger ale or something like that for us here. Okay, I think we're doing pretty good here. Veen Traffic Air is an Air France CRJ taxiing onto runway 16 and departing. Happy landings. Veen. Strobes. Lure Mega's back in chat. Welcome back in. You're coming in at the perfect time. Last look up there. I don't see anybody coming in. Hit the magic takeoff buttons. Magic takeoff buttons have been engaged. Landing lights are on. Let's go. Throttle's going up. Make sure it's flex. It is set to flex, so takeoff is set. And rotate is 144. And rotate. Whoa, got blown off to the side a little bit there. Positive climb, gear going up. Some of them are okay, Eclipse. Generally, we like to fly out of Hong Kong a lot. We have a very favorite flight that we like to do in and around Hong Kong. The old airport is a good time. And roll it out. This airplane seems a lot more kind of bumpy here. Direct to WW 377. Execute that. And nav, speed, A and AP engage. There we go. That looks good. Flaps 1. So flight level 350, 34, 350, I believe. Flaps up. I'm missing a little chat I'll pick up in just a minute. This airplane does keep you busy on departure. In fact, it keeps you busy for the whole flight. Oh, it was 340. Okay, flight level 340. Here comes our turn. Looks like we're doing the departure just like we're supposed to. So we had a tight little turn here and out we go. All right, let's see. The ATC is real different. Lure Mega does YouTube. You learn most of your planes. Thanks for answering that, Lucidity. Sorry I missed that question. How do real-world CRJ pilots navigate the VNAV on the CRJ? Actually, Polyot said that vertical speed is what you do in this airplane for your descent, and the speed climb is what you do for your climb. Now, I usually use speed to initiate my descent, and then I'm starting to go to vertical speed for the descent. That way I can maintain, not bust any of the, what's the word? Constraints. Shattermag, that's how you did that in the E145. So speed for the climb and vertical speed for the descent. You gonna ask your brother about CRJ stuff? Okay, so far so good. Altimeter reset. And let's turn the airplane sounds down a little bit. Otherwise, I'll never survive this day. 10,000 feet landing lights. Cabin call. I did not turn on probe heaters. I knew I was forgetting something. If you don't have your probe heaters on, that could be a problem. And a nice departure out of Vienna. Shattermag says the 145 was flight level change up to 10,000, then vertical speed 10,000 feet. Shattermag, we don't have a auto throttle in this. Did you have an auto throttle in the E145? Something about constipation. No, that's right. Auto throttles are for babies. We're serious sim pilots. We don't need no auto throttle. No fear here. Or no sense. You decide. No auto, nothing. Just an autopilot. So basically, heading hold, maybe LNAV, and maybe advisory VNAV, that kind of thing that we have in this one. I think that's what they call it. So this isn't a real VNAV, but it's advisory VNAV is what we do with this. And there's our departure there. No auto, nothing. You even had to flush your own toilets and stuff like that. And somebody had to make the coffee. No VNAV, but yeah, we had... You called it the Chinese glide slope, and that was what you used for your descent. 15,000 feet. Oh, 270 in the climb. Whoops. Speaking of no auto throttle, you got to do your own stuff there. A Chinese glide slope. Everything looks good there. Let's go no smoking to auto now. This is an Air France flight. So my guess is it's okay to turn on the smoking sign at a certain time. Turn it off, I mean. Brandon's here. When I get route changes in the CRJ, I have to switch to heading. Yes, that's the way I would do it in this airplane. Absolutely, Brandon. No auto land. Cat 3, Cat 2 approaches were 2 pilots. First officer flew the approach. Captain takes over at minimums, if the runway is in sight. If the real world CRJs, I just think that it's an older CRJ kind of a thing. So because it's an older CRJ, that's kind of why it is that I would just go to heading hold first. Go to heading hold first, make your changes, go direct to your next waypoint, and then go back to LNAV. 18,000 feet. Progress. 409 miles to go. Yep, the 145 was the same. There's no execute button on the FMS, so any changes are immediate. Heading mode first, then change, then switch back to LNAV. Yeah, I'll bet pilots discovered the lack of an execute button, and it's immediate. Really, really fast. Sort of like, oh crap. Yeah, I just wanted to set it in there. I didn't need you to do it yet. Jeez, airplane.
Loyalty
Nemesis is back
noted.
with a 55-month resub. Hi, Nemesis. Nemesis, thank you for being here for 55 months and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for always coming in. And a super, well, I was going to say happy Monday, but I've got to figure out something else to say. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Average Canadian is heading back to Montreal in the A321. 21,000 feet. Let's ring the bell for the flight attendants. Let them know that they can get up and do flight attendant things. Mostly get those cans of Diet Coke ready to go. If you are a passenger and you can at all time, if you can ever avoid it, don't ask for Diet Coke from the flight attendants. Something in the flight attendant, in the Diet Coke brew that makes Diet Coke the hardest to, you know, pour into a cup and stuff like that. You have to kind of let it settle. It takes forever. So if you want the flight attendant to be your friend, try not to ask for Diet Coke. About 25,000 feet. Seat belts can go to auto. And we're all the way at the back of our very long CRJ. Jazz Hands is the real OP flying the Q400 in snowstorms in northern Canada. No kidding. I mean seriously, the Q400 in a Canadian snowstorm. Those are real world pilots' nerves of steel, I think. Because you're not able to climb high up above the snow, you gotta fly through it. 280 now for the climb. We do need the Q400. I remember we were all flying around we were flying around in X-Plane. We were flying around in X-Plane when the FlyJSim Q400 came out, and it was really nice. And Jazz Hands came in and told us, you know, how to fly it like a pro. Shuttermag says even a dash would be fun. I think we've got one. Don't we have the dash? Don't we have a Dash 9? It's the one with 4 propellers on the wings, 4 engines on the wings. It's a default plane. I think we played with that a couple times, but it wasn't that great. It was the 7. Okay, it's the Dash 7. Okay. Like I said, we flew it a few times. It was the equivalent of not great but not terrible. Oh, it's by pilots? Okay, thanks, Shattermag. And yeah, Majestic is still working on a Q plane. It's a slow going kind of thing. Yes, the Q plane. Once you get aboard a Q plane, resistance is futile. Irvi says it's a really nice plane to fly. Some harder, you could get into the harder to reach airports. Moving at a glacial speed. You may have to cave and buy X-Plane to get the FlyJSM. That really is a pretty good job. Really neat airplane that they made. Tim Dog is back. You had to run back to the office to fix a problem. I hope the problem was fixed and now you get to do some fun flying. We're on our second flight, Vienna to Basel, Melus. Then we have Nashville to Jackson. Nashville to Jackson. Mississippi. Jackson, Mississippi. I think we all have a Nashville. I went looking around. There is a payware for Jackson, Mississippi if you'd like one. It's over on flightsim.to. It's like a $14 plane airport. I kind of figured, let's just do our thing here. Sunny Goose, a minus 51 in the MD-11 sounds really, really good. Uh-oh, Tim Dog has to do investigations tomorrow. It's coffee time for the flight attendant, for the pilots. Actually, at Akabi, we step climb at Akabi. We already passed Akabi. Nope. So we'll do a step climb to flight level 370 at Akabi. Neighbor's cat is enjoying the salmon that you caught earlier. The cat is very excited for fresh salmon. Well, I think that's like, you know, really exciting cat food. At least it's not being catty about that. LFSB is right on the edge. It says it's on the outside of LFFF Center. So I'm going to guess that that's not going to be for us. Here we are up here. So I'm guessing we might go into München Center just a little bit. Flying to an airport where Eurovision is taking place. I wonder if they ever had Eurovision at the Euro airport. Oh, I'm flying to the place where the Eurovision took place. Oh, okay. Irvi had 2 other fillets with some new potatoes today. Are we doing Moncton Monday? We are doing Nashville to Jackson. I think it's a Nashville event. Eurovision is taking place at Basel tomorrow. Oh, really? It's tomorrow? Wow, it seems like it just happened. It seems like there was a Eurovision recently.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Mr. Longwallace
Loyalty
just did a
noted.
nice resub. Thanks, Mr. Longwallace. Thank you for coming in today. Mr. Longwallace has been here for 5 months. Thank you for a 5-month resub and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Okay, so Chow Roma, Bremen, Hanover, Brazil, Northern Lights Tuesday. There's a Crossfire, MROC. I don't see Moncton. Well, this is the big VATSIM page. Let's look at VAT USA. I guess maybe there wasn't. Today is the 12th. Nope. 5/12 is a Monday. Okay. And I don't see Moncton Monday either. So we were going to do Nashville to Jackson, Mississippi. I think that might have been a requested flight. Oh, nothing wrong with Eurovision. It's the big music. It's the big, music party, right? Okay, coming up to flight level 340. Dispatch is complete. Finishing touches. Enjoy. Eclipse, take your time. Take your time. You know, maybe after you're done with it, let it sit until tomorrow and then look it over and make sure you're happy, okay? Is the oh really? It's political now instead of being about the music. I've watched a little bit of it every now and then on YouTube kinds of stuff. Looks like a fun big event, but okay. I'm gonna kick my speed to Mach 0.81. Daniel says that some of the songs are good. Eclipse Amsterdam written down as a departure for Copenhagen. I don't know that we've done Amsterdam. They vote on who their neighbors are? Really? James has a cool idea. Thanks, James. Okay, so flight level 340, and we're going to accelerate up to flight to Mach 0.81. And we're waiting. And there's Mach 0.79, Mach 0.80. Okay, so engines are still in climb mode. So we're going to go out of climb mode. And we're going to make sure that it doesn't slow down. And it looks pretty good. We're a touch slow. So I'm just going to edge my throttles forward a bit. Try and get that pink bar to flash us up and climb us just a little more. We're at Mach 0.805. Let's get Mach 0.81. Tim Dog says we should depart from Indianapolis on Indianapolis race day. Mach number. Mach 0.807. That's probably close for the time being. Okay, how we doing here? Progress. We are 318 miles out of Basel, 54 minutes of flying. Fuel is going to be really good. There is a step climb. There is a step climb at Akabi. Now, I don't think that you can put an altitude reminder in here. So next page, there's Akabi. Let's see if I can put in, that's supposed to be flight level 370 at Akabi. Hey, look at that. It worked. So step climb to flight level 370 there. Well, that didn't work out so well, did it? Let's leave it at flight level 340 for now, and then we'll see if the step climb is going to work for us. Okay. Well, it says descend to flight level 370, so I've got it messed it up bad. Okay, SDF is the home airport. We have to show our love for Tim. The lad I went fishing with just sent a picture of a massive 22-pound salmon. It was this big, right? You got it. Well, maybe it's a picture, so it's not necessarily, but the size of fish do get bigger and bigger. EZOHD, welcome back into chat. Thanks for coming by. Irby said, there's photographic evidence of the fish. I don't know. What do you think? Was this one photoshopped? I don't think it was photoshopped. That looks like a real fish. There is going to be, I'm guessing that your neighbor's cats are going to be happy with that salmon. I'm guessing they're going to be happy cats. Okay, all of this is looking good. Progress. 40 minutes of flying here. We are 19 minutes from top of descent unless we do the step climb. And I don't think I handled the step climb, so maybe we'll just stay doing what we're doing. München went offline, so there's France is still up, but I don't think that's going to be a thing for us. Well, they look like they're always frowning. It looks like the salmon are always in a bad mood. Maybe it's because, you know, they're always the main course at dinner. That could have something to do with it. That's right. If you had to have a hook in your mouth like that, you'd be in a bad mood too, right? Let's see. Are we going to have some showers? This is ultimately the reason why I got a weather camera, in case there's showers and stuff. Doesn't look like any today. Oh, it's almost like that they knew that there was a big fish coming. I'm just going to look at NWS here and see what they say. 20% chance of a scattered shower. Oh, there's a giant green blob up to the west and north. I don't think that's going to be an issue. We don't have to worry about dodging lightning bolts today. No lightning bolt dodging today. Uh, 20% chance, not coverage. It's just the chance. So it's like, you know, if I walk into a casino, there is a 1% chance that I'm going to win anything. Hi, Just Speedbird. So far, so good. Welcome aboard and thank you for coming by today. Oh yes, always have fun in the CRJ. Always do. Average Canadian is checking in. Welcome aboard, Average. Oh yeah, Average Canadian's on Twitch right now. Welcome in on Twitch. And Moustache is here. Bonsoir, welcome aboard, Moustache. We are flying Air France Hop today. So we're just hopping over Germany at the moment, heading over to France. Speedbird has finished another busy day at Heathrow. And a nice stretch from Moustache. Thank you for reminding me to do that. Another busy day at Heathrow. So was everybody nicely behaved and everything like that? I have a 0% chance of winning at a casino. That's right. See, I never made enough money to be able to play with money, so I've never liked gambling. I think, you know, I probably played less than five hands of blackjack and never did it again. I hated it. Behave, really? When do passengers behave? But I heard everybody in the UK was so nice, Speedbird. I heard everybody was just so nice and well behaved at all times. I know. It sounds like Captain Sarcastic has returned to the flight deck, right? Captain Sarcastic is back in the flight deck. Sadly, no, that's not the case. Landing fuel is 3.0. We need 1.6. I've got double the amount of fuel that I need. There is no reason to panic about fuel. I think I'm going to go back over here to legs, and we're just going to do the flight here. We're not going to do that. Let's just fly at flight level 340. It's behaving. Back to progress. 38 minutes. Wow, we're picking up some good time. Oh, well, we got a bit of a tailwind. How about that? ThoughtCider just came back in. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by, ThoughtCider. Happy Monday. I know it's Monday. Us Brits don't do ourselves favors. You mean it's not like it's not like us Yanks see on TV, on All Creatures Great and Small? Average Canadian is landing in an hour in Montreal today. I don't see any ATC up ahead, so it's just us into the Euro airport. Well, we need to call a Greek restaurant and have them ship a few freshly cooked up gyros for us. If you even look at someone in the north, you have a confrontation. Oh, that doesn't sound good. We have a reputation as passengers or drivers road rage. Oh, really? I thought road rage was just an American thing. I thought it was just something that we did. Wow. Oh, Polyot says is road rage is it's all around the world now. Speedbird says it's all over it's even in, okay. That's why when I find a place to move, I want to move to a place where there's good public transportation and I cannot have a car, and that way I'll never have to deal with that kind of stuff. I can walk to the store for groceries, and I could walk to a bus, walk to a train, and get around that way. I like my car, but and the amount of driving that I do, I mean, it's not that much. There's road rage in London. I didn't think there would be enough room for road rage in London. The roads are so crowded. Let's see. Irvy is a southern softy. You wouldn't last 5 minutes in the north. You could be on a bus and get into an argument with a gym rat because of road rage. Really? You mean you just can't sit there and read your book or look at your, look at a video or something? I don't know, Consort. I might be pretty good at that. I'm not sure. London's notorious for that, really. Oh, the M25. I think we've talked about that. Is that the one? The M25. That's the one they call the parking lot? Somebody was in chat. This was a long time ago. Somebody was in chat. I think they called one of those. I think it was the M25 was the parking lot. It apparently gets really jammed up. Never had an issue. You never move it up for it to matter. See? There you go. Uh-oh, there's dueling going on. I guess I guess we have dueling rage in chat now. Top of descent is in 16 miles. Uh-oh. Got to come over here. ThoughtCider, I'm right by DCA road rate. Well, it's Washington, D.C. Of course there would be there. Okay, winds are variable at 3 knots, so the runway is going to be just fine for us. The altimeter is 1015. And charts say we are expecting the localizer for runway 33. So minimums are 1090. Oh, this is going to be fun. 1090. Everybody from the UK hates the M25 with a passion. 1090. So there's 1012. We got to dial that back. There we go. 1090. Oh, that wasn't too terribly painful at all. Cool. Okay, coming on in, it looks like 6,200. We've got some 3,000 and 4,000 foot towers here. So how about let's let it descend and maintain 6,000 when we're ready. No ATC. I'm going to clear myself to 6,000. Consort did 75 kilometers in Germany with public transport and was not impressed. Minty always said that German public transport was great during the day and scary at night, but it was okay during the day and not a big deal. Okay, and then proceeded, said, oh, that airplane tickets are less expensive than train tickets, which still blows me away. I figured it would cost more to operate an airplane and an airline than it would cost to do a railroad, but I guess not. I guess they have to fight the scourge of rail goo and stuff like that, so maybe that's part of it. And all of this looks good. Nothing to worry about here. I think we're all set for our descent. Well, once you did your 75-kilometer trip, Consort, did you get to a good place that was fun? Public transport is painful if you have a doctor's appointment, I would imagine so. The trains are late and you miss your connecting train and bus. Yeah, now I can imagine that having to do a doctor's appointment like that would be a problem, especially if you are not feeling good. If you're not feeling good. Somehow there is cheating going on. I can't imagine that if it's dueling and stuff, that anybody can give themselves an advantage. Nikki says its transport is it's late most of the time. Switzerland even banned German trains because Switzerland banned German trains because of delays. Really? Somebody sounds like an Arsenal fan. Oh, now it's gonna get rough here. Now it's gonna get rough. Fortunately, my excuse is the only thing I know about football is the guy who froze to death in Day After Tomorrow cheersing Manchester United, and then he froze. So that's all I know. And he had Ash the robot as his lab chief at the top of the hill in Scotland. Uh-oh. Don't be talking crap about Arsenal. Oh no. Probably a specialist type of a visit or something. Maybe a specialist visit, Toby. Uh, 93 miles to top of descent in 11 minutes. Fishfinder is back on YouTube. Welcome back on YouTube, Fishfinder. Thank you for coming in today. And we're all doing just fine here. I know that Arsenal has its own tube station. I know that about Arsenal. They've got a brand new tube station because Jago Hazard did a video on it. Fish Finder is updating. It has a new CPU. That sounds cool. And I think that one was one of the nicer ones. I guess because it's football. And wait till we're done and reset the heading bug. The owner of the Nuggets and the Avalanche also owns Arsenal. Better to be an Arsenal fan than a Hotspur fan like Jamie. Hotspur? I don't know about that. Arsenal's tube station is not the one that's nearest to the stadium. Well, that makes perfect sense. Really? So there's a tube station that's closer to the stadium that's not named Arsenal. Okay, well, it's Tottenham. Okay, no, it's Tottenham. Tottenham Hotspur is Arsenal's rival North London team. Okay, I have never heard about Tottenham Hotspur. Is there any team that I could be a fan of that won't piss off somebody or annoy them or something? You know, like could I, the South End, you know, Sea Lions or something like that? Nope, no teams. It's that. Okay. Well, I guess my team would have to be, the Inverness Sea Monsters. The South End Sea Lions is such an American name for, oh, really? It is? Well, I was just trying to think of South End, you know, London South End by the sea. But yeah, I think mine would probably be the Inverness Sea Monsters. No, Loch Monsters. Because Nessie is not in the sea, Nessie is in a loch. And I can't remember where Lenny found the ruins of, you know, my Scottish clan's castle. There's not an awful lot left. But I think it was closer to, Edinburgh than it was Inverness. But Inverness does have a sea monster, so there you go. Let's see. Buena Vista Social Club is chilly. Ooh, that sounds good. Nottingham Forest. Is there a Nottingham Forest team too? Kiri is here. Welcome aboard. Okay, so the rival would be Derby. I think everything's good. Derby would be pronounced Darby. Of course it would. Okay, so it'd be Darby. James says Charlotte to DCA in an hour thanks to a nice tailwind. Oh yeah, you could actually have some really nice flights like that, Charlotte to DCA. Just unless you're JSG Droid, if you try to do Charlotte to, you know, DCA or something, you might get forgotten along the way near Raleigh-Durham. There's a big, you know, dead zone in there for droids. There are not many Forest fans out there. Well, you know, if they, maybe they're all... that's not a good joke. That wasn't a good joke. 6 minutes to top of descent. I'm guessing that if there would be the fans of the football team in Crew would be called the Crew, right? Or Crew Squared. That would be clever. The Crew. They're reappearing this year and they're doing well. Forrest Gump, yeah, maybe that would be that. And we're not going to do... It's Crew Alexandria. I think Crew has a better ring to it, but clearly I'm not going to get a job coming up with clever football things like that. 22 minutes to go, 145 miles, 44 nautical miles to top of descent. And yeah, we're going to just leave flight level 340 alone there. Well, that's where we're at. So we're all set for our flight. There was a big loco works at Crew in some of the old steam days. They probably converted it over to diesel, but that would be a fun... if some of the steam stuff is still around there. And we decided 6,000 feet. So after Rigby, there's a locomotive museum close to where Irvy is in a town called Shildon. And they've got amazing steam trains. They've got a couple of those museums that have kind of been able to get some of the old abandoned lines and stuff. They've gotten some of the old abandoned lines and they've refurbished the old abandoned lines, and now they'll run some of the heritage railroads on them, which looks like that's pretty... You know, that would be a neat thing to do with your railroad museum. I guess there were just so many of them that were kind of ripped up or just left there after, I guess, that beaching downsizing thing. But some of them were just left there. And some of the railway museums were able to get those abandoned railroads and pop them up and go. Let's see. Consort, I don't think New York City. I think that's a little big. I you know, not necessarily New York. I would think maybe... You know, if it's in the U.S., I know it's really cold in the winter, but I really do like Chicago pizza. And that, you know, outside, my family, my heritage is in Scotland. So, you know, anything there. But I know it's going to be pretty chilly there. The spy stories are based up on Orkney Islands, but I know nothing more about that there. There's a couple of European capitals where there's a lot of espionage history, and I always thought that it would be fun to, you know, if I could go there, you know, for a while, like, you know, a year and a half in Berlin or something with my camera, to be able to go and do what I call a series called Spy Tracks. And that would basically just be a video series, you know, following the tracks of real espionage things that went around and turned that. I think that would be entertaining. There was somebody did a book called In the Tracks of 007, and that was basically getting all the movies and all the books together and then doing a, you know, you could follow this book and follow along where 007 went and did stuff. That would be it. Only I'd rather do that with like real world espionage. And that would be a fun video series. Irvy says that you can go into the old carriages and the smell. Oh, I'll bet the cigarette smell probably is really nasty. Uh-oh, descend time. So let's go ahead and pull the throttles back. We're a little bit high. So I'm going to go to Mach 0.75. Weather today, Vinyl Rabbit, is pretty good. It's a little bit humid out there, and I'm kind of desperately trying to hold on to not turning on the air conditioning here until I absolutely have to. Let's see. And of course the camera disconnected. And the camera just does not do that. But no, it's pretty nice. It's a little humid. We're starting to see some storms to the north and the west of here. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But, you know. And the humidity will dry up here before too long as well. I'm making my turn a little bit early here. So there's our ILS, so we're not going to go all the way to Gatby over there. As we get ready to come in on runway, it's going to be runway 33, exiting to the right. Yeah, Consort, that's, I've got a, over there is sort of a little apartment porch and sliding glass door. And that camera is my view of the runway, of the airports, airplanes that are coming into our local airport. So I really kind of like that kind of a view. And at night, especially in the wintertime, it can be really nice. There's a couple of times, depending upon the time, where you'll see a parade of landing lights coming in. We'll have a couple of commercial jetliners and a whole squadron of twin-engine turboprop airplanes, and those are airplanes flying cargo, coming, UPS and FedEx stuff from all the little small towns in the area, and they, depart out early in the morning when the bigger cargo planes, because this town is actually what I would call, and I don't know if this is the right term, a secondary cargo hub. So we've got, Memphis is of course the big FedEx cargo hub around here. Well, we get a daily flight with a A300 that comes in. That's a weather cam used mainly for if Dave had to purchase something on his PC. No, it's just an old cam because, as I'm to live stream and stuff, I have to keep the window, the shades closed over there so that the camera light works good, because I actually took the time to light this camera shot. And so I have to keep the blinds drawn. But if there's thunderstorms out there, I might hear them, but I can't see them. So this is my way to look out the window and say, oh, okay, I don't think there's anything over there. But that's what that's mostly for. And the fact that I used to do the weather and have to have a live weather cam. Yeah, I don't think my localizer course is set correctly. So this is going to be runway 33. And the localizer course is 332. So we're going to have to set that manually. Let's look in radio or nav 1. It is auto. BLU 109.35. 109. So it did get the altimeter. It did get the inbound course. It did not get the inbound course. Thanks, High Priest. Have I tried to simulate engine failures on takeoff? We've had some failures and things like that before. I generally don't do a lot of those sorts of things because We have enough failures as it is, you know, to simulate them. I'm not good enough. Now, back in X-Plane, I did have random failures turned on for the flight factor 777 because that's really the only airplane that I have enough knowledge in to be comfortable working a problem and get out of it without, you know, hurting anybody. Dogs, we're actually on an extended downwind, so 10 to 15 minutes. Next is Nashville to Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, Mississippi. Altimeter is 1015. There we go. I'm going to turn on some anti-ice. We've got some rain outside the airplane. I think I saw a little bit of rain there, so I'm going to turn on my anti-ice. Is your FS on the regular branch or the beta version? It's the regular. I attempted to do the beta twice when it came to Flight Simulator. And the hard part about doing the betas is it was a giant pain for me, you know, trying to get out of it. And the last time I tried to do the beta, when I got out of it, it reset all of my settings in Flight Sim 2024. And that was a gigantic pain in the butt to reset. So the general attitude is I'm more content to be patient and to wait for Sim Update 2 to show up before as opposed to getting into the beta. Because if I got in the beta right now, we could probably fly the iFly 737 MAX. But Tim J, I am self-vectoring. I think I'm the only airplane in the area anyway. So I am self-vectoring, which it could be kind of scary. And now we're going to come back in. Yes, self-vectoring can get you into serious trouble, right? Okay, we're going to go to vertical speed now. And I'm going to reduce my vertical speed a little bit so I can slow down. So I'm going to go ahead and dial the bug. We're now bugged speed. That's all it is it's a bug for me. And so now I'm going to go and try and get my speed down to 210. That's right, self-vectoring can be painful if Victor's involved because of a vector's Victor. Coming on in here pretty good. And flaps is 230 for flaps 1. Burn is dead ahead. Let's divert there. That would be good. That was one of the locations in the second George Smiley novels. That was fun. Flaps 1. There's flaps 1. And then when I do flaps 1, I will come down here, and that's when I arm my reversers. Hey, not Big Snow has arrived. Good evening. I hope it is a nice night in South Africa. Are there any big South African events that we need to know about? A major event this weekend, 8 UTC to 16 UTC. Real Big Snow is my brother. And altimeters are 10:15. Altimeters are checked and set. A little bit too fast here. Southwest is the only flight that does BNA to KJAN. I still haven't decided what I was going to fly on this one. I was going to fly a CRJ on this one, on the flight into Jackson, but I'm kind of thinking, well, maybe we'll do a cargo or something. I think it's probably a little bit too big for a... It's probably a little bit too big for a 777 or an A350. Tech review. My tech review was the CRJ. It's costing, yeah, see if it fixes, because I'm flying it right now and I'm very happy. Really happy in this. Let's go to 180 and come over here to performance, speeds to land. VREF is 139. We're going to land at 145. And more flaps. I may probably, it's starting to get a little tiring here today. Brain is a little bit frazzled. It's the end of the week for me. I may be a giant chicken and just take an A319. May have to be a giant chicken. Arm it. Basel Malouse traffic. There is an Air France CRJ on the ILS runway 33. Looks like we are 19-mile finals, Basel. Tim Dog gets to use love cars. And we got localizer. The weather outside is frightful, and we're at about 180. Let's see, Dogs is going to fly a cactus flight. That should be a nice flight. I missed a conversation about medical stuff, so I'm going to just do what I'm doing here. A touch fast, and 145. Let's bug that one right now. And it does not do the speed. That's just for my reference. Just for my reference. Hey, well, looks like we're on this just fine. Airport. And we're going to exit right probably at Gulf. Exiting right at Gulf. A little fast. Slow down. Okay, everything's good up here. Landing lights are good. Everything's good up there. I still have anti-ice on. Let's do no smoking. Everything's good there. It's probably about time for landing gear, right? Yeah, we got 10 miles. Let's just wait. Something about funsies. I miss all the good conversations. Not complaining. So glide slope and localizer are all set. I see nothing outside the airplane. Total air temperature is 12 degrees. I don't think we need to have engine anti-ice on anymore. Hey, Luminary Sam, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Not that good. Just a little bit practiced up. 9-mile finals. Perhaps landing gear should go down. Gear going down. Let's sit back and do posture check and get ready to fly the airplane. I usually let the autopilot handle the flying until I see the runway. There's the runway, 7-mile finals. How about another click of flaps? We're slowing down just a bit. More flaps. I generally like flaps 30 in this airplane. So we're coming up on my little bug here, and I don't want to do that, so more throttle. This airplane really, really, really doesn't like it when it gets too slow. It gets super duper cranky. Not just a little cranky, super cranky. So that's one of the big things to watch on the landing. And if you happen to see that you're slowing down like I am, give it some thrust. I'd rather be a touch fast than too slow with this. That stalling thing. That looks pretty good. Okay. Gear down, 3 green, auto brakes, speed. Well, there are no auto brakes. There are speed brakes. We do that manually. I have thrust reversers. Now we're looking for the runway. Oh, Polyot, thank you for doing that. I can't wait to see if you saw something good. You are so much better at crunching those numbers. I look at some basics, but there are just so many parts of YouTube that I have no idea where to find things. My guess is it's probably still a good thing that we're doing that. And 4-mile finals. Basel Mulhouse traffic, that Air France Hop CRJ is now 3-mile finals. Landing, assuming we can see the runway. Basel. Memphis Center has popped on. Uh-oh. I see the ground off to the left there. So the ground is off to the left, but I don't see runway lights.
1,000.
Okay, 1,000, no runways. The weather outside is definitely frightful. Definitely a touch fast. I see lights ahead of us now, not just off to the side of the airplane. I see ground. I see runway lights.
400.
Sink rate. Pull up.
200. Minimum.
Pull up.
100.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
50. 40. 30.
Glide slope.
20. 10.
A little early on that. A soggy day in Basel. I don't think my scenery matches the map. There's a lot of rainwater on the screen here. A little bit of a tight turn there. Flaps going up. Average day in France. Not big snow, really? Is this like a normal day in France? The wipers do work in flight sim and stuff like that. The problem is they turn on, but they don't do anything. And they have an annoying sound. Yeah, this is the Aerosoft. So it's usually soggy in this part of France. I actually don't mind it a little bit on the soggy side and cloudy. I mean, sunshine is indeed nice, but still. I'm sure Boris did the sounds. The weather is common on the west coast in BC. Yeah, it is. The west coast of British Columbia will get you really soggy weather. And open up the APU flap there. Okay, everything's good. Let's disarm the reversers. It looks like a standard winter night in Scotland. Yeah, but in Scotland, if we were in the right place, we could keep an eye out for Nessie. We could keep an eye out for Nessie. Next is Nashville to Jackson. Oh, what would be good? Well, a CRJ would be good for that. Maybe an A319. And our map is not showing up. So here we are coming in here, and we'll grab something else. So we're looking for the Foxtrot taxiway into this. Dogs is going to go really big. Dogs is going to take the A321. There is a B-52. Is there? A Boeing 757-200? Not yet, but there will be. There will be. A very soggy night tonight. Hey, we got the flaps up and the speed brakes down. At least we're not taxiing along with those things. Hunts. So basically, what we've been doing here is there's a spy Discord and stuff, Hunts, and there's a place on spy Discord called Flight Suggestions, and that's where a lot of these flights go, except for there's some big VATSIM events. And usually once a month, I need to do a Greek island hop. And that's about it. Dog's got a PDC into Jackson, really. Cappy is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Oh, you were talking about a B-52, a Stratofortress. I have not seen one. I don't think I've ever seen one of those before. Something about a car. Let's see. Average Canadian gets to take an A310 for the flight. Toronto to Montreal. I think we're kind of going up a hill here. I think we're going up a hill. And then there's the terminal area. Yeah, I think we're going up a hill. That's why it's so slow. I think I'm the only one here. I am using a PC. And around we go here, and there's all sorts of parking. My guess is our passengers would really appreciate a Jetway today. Really appreciate a jetway. So there's jetways here at Mike 1. We'll try and give them a jetway. Because walking through the rain is not going to make them the happiest of passengers. APU start. Euro Airport. Boy, they've got a lot of Euro Airport signs around here, too. Lots of signs. I'm going to guess the marketing people got to go a little bit crazy. It's an airport. Everything is expensive. Yes. I'm guessing we're coming into a gate area where they normally have much bigger airplanes. Gate 24. My map is not working. Man, they were just not making much traction at all here. That's probably good right there. Parking brakes can go on. Let's stop squawking. Did the APU come up and running? It says it's on. Does it say APU is up and ready? Cool. So we can do engine number 1 and engine number 2. Those all look good. Come on up here, do fuel pumps. Let's also do probe heaters. Those can go off, turn off the nose light. Seat belts can go off right now too. Come over here, go to aircraft. We need chocks, a ground power cart. Open up some cargo and a door. Drop that down. And the jetway's coming out. Very happy passengers. Oh, wow, look at that. Man, the jetway really lights up the size of the side of the airplane. There are some pretty good jetways in Flight Sim. Now, the canopy will not wrap around on a CRJ on the jetways and stuff. So that one won't wrap around. So the passengers are going to get a little bit. You mean the rain? It's harder to see outside, which is annoying. It is. But it does match the METAR. And this is good. So welcome to the Euro Airport. And I think we got everything. Nope, forgot the beacon. Everything else is good. We'll also do everything but the 3A hydraulic system. And our passengers are happy. Yes, car detailing sim. So there is our CRJ. Not a bad flight. It does keep you busy. This is not the airplane to take if you're a little bit mentally fatigued. If you're a little mentally fatigued and starting to get tired, this is not the one to do that. J-dubs, I'm going to have to find something for CRJing and you know, also E-jetting. So either that or I'll just use the standard old spy hat. Let's get ready to go to Nashville and Jackson. Dogs is already there, and Dogs said that there's handing out PDCs. So while the sim kind of takes a break, let's come on over here and see what's going on. Okay, BNA is right over here. BNA says departing runway is 20 center. 20 center. I don't think that there's going to be anything for Jackson where we're going. So let's see. CPS, Birmingham, or in the U.S. Okay, I think that's going to be down here. KJAN. So this is full ATC. This is going to be full ATC. I'm going to take I'm going to do something easy, something that I can mentally handle. Otherwise, it will be bad. How about my A319? We're going to need that. All right, which means I can use an autopilot and a McDo. Polyat says, oh, no, you should do the F-28. Make all the chicken sounds you want. There comes a time towards the end of the week that there's just no way I could handle that. No way. The 730. So, well, Tim Dog, you do so much Southwest flying though. That airplane is second nature to you. I'm using this. It's my second nature airplane. KBNA. We are going to KJAN. KJAN. I am, you can hear the USB connections that I'm doing. That's me installing the, replugging in the autopilot and the McDo. How about the F-35? I don't think I'm ready for that either. I need something that's good. Okay, 20 center for departures. I think we really only need about 15 minutes of extra ATC fuel and generate the flight. Oh, I think the band is done. We ought to turn the band back on. Oh, and get a little spy music going too to start. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file VATSIM. Haha, we get to sign in. Always good getting to sign in. SimBrief says flight level 340. I am going to go for 320. I'm going to do 32. Just seemed a little bit high. Mr. Jazz, I didn't even, well, probably because, concentrating on the CRJ. I think that's why I didn't even notice it was gone. Okay, let's see if in my diminished mental capacity now, I can manage to do a title. Love Cars said flight level 380 in a 737. Really? I don't know. Love Cars seems to be pushing you up a little bit on the high side there myself. I think that the A350 is a little bit too big for this airplane, for Jackson, Mississippi. It doesn't look like it's the biggest of airports. Doesn't look like it's the biggest of airports. Now you could probably get the A300 as a cargo flight in there. That might be good. Love Cars is based on IRL flights. Well, you know what? IRL, that's pretty good then. Okay, we're going to get a A319, something that I can handle with virtually my eyes closed and not embarrass myself too much. Not be too embarrassing. Let's see. Probably can't do this flight as an Air Berlin, though. Can't do Air Berlin. Okay, we need IAE engines. Haha. A cool airplane. There's Scandi. Let's see. Nope, these are CFM engines, right? These aren't the IAEs. Yeah. We need the other one. If you're a car lover, you can probably fly higher than in a plane. And we're going to get this little guy. You need to change your arrival runway. They are not doing, it's 3-4 for our arrival. Okay. We will plan for 3-4. Thanks, dogs. Okay. Actually, 319. So expect runway 34. So not 16 right. Departing 20 center. Coming in on 34. I think dog said right. Okay. All of this looks good. Let's do save and go back. And let's go to Birmingham. KBNA. KBNA, Birmingham. Oh, wait, no, that's not Birmingham. That's Nashville. Now we need to get a web browser up so that we can see where we're going without spawning upon anybody. I don't think there's anybody at that end of the concourse. Tim Dog got a PDC too. Yeah, I think that they've decided that whenever possible, they're ATC is going to try and get you a PDC going. I really think they're going to try and do that. Okay. Let's see. What else did I miss? I think I am caught up here. Oh, I thought I had an airport for this. Well, welcome to a default airport for Nashville. Thought I had one for this airport. What's that? The jetways look like they're a little messed up here. Is that what Nashville looks like? I hope not. I hope not. That looks real. And I love the jetways. Check those out. I'd say we've got a little bit of a scenery error here. They call them groundways. Okay. I'd say we've got a little bit of a scenery error here. Let me get logged in. Hi. Something's not right here. Seriously. All right. And we're in A319. Let's hope that I didn't spawn on. The jetways were a new addition. Oh, okay. Yes, we're back to Flight Sim FSX. Tim J, are you going to call it a night? Thanks for being here, Tim J. Well, at least we've got the barking chihuahuas. At least we've got chihuahuas here, and I didn't spawn on anybody. So that's good. It's a little loud with jet noise. Yep, we're good. Nobody there. Okay, BNA 8 is information echo. Looks good. We got BNA delivery, so that's good too. Let's hop in our sim cockpit. Come over here. We need to do the JSG droid method of making sure this is good in Flight Sim 2024 in the Phoenix airplanes. Please be sure and do a panel state, hit cold and dart, and activate it before you start flying. I know the jetways fell off the terminal. There's a problem there. Yeah, we ought to call the jetway to see what it does. Okay, ready? Ground services and jetway. Okay. Hey, if it makes it to the airplane, I'm going to say it's better than the jetways at Atlanta, that's for sure. Yeah, look at that. Okay. Yes, it's emerging from the ground. Well, we got a jetway like that. Let's just count ourselves lucky on that one, right? Okay, come on over here. Dog says prepare for another runway for the arrivals. So at KJAN, Dog says they're using. So we're expecting the 3-4s. My guess is if it's the 3-4s, they're going to blast them off on 3-4 right and land them on 3-4 left. So I'm going to plan for 3-4 left on this one. It did look, you know, it's not necessarily a snail. You know what it is? It's one of the worms from Arrakis. It's a worm from Arrakis. Okay, let's get 3-4 left. And there's an RNAV for 3-4 right. We're going to snag that in there too. Here at BNA, that's right, they call them the sandworm. Okay. BNA wants jokes. Okay, so we're in the town of Nashville, right? So let's see. James the catcher says we've got to do a joke or something. So I guess, you know, I'm just looking if I never really did Nashville jokes or anything. Guitars in Nashville really know how to string you along. We'll do that. Okay. BNO Tower wants a joke. All right, we'll do that. And let's keep zooming that in. And that looks good. Phoenix. Doors open. Let's turn on the plane and do flying. Okay, that looks good. Nav and logo light system 1, no smoking. Emergency exits, add a little bit there too. Everything's good there. You could have chat GTP, but I've got a few other places that I'd like to look first before I go and do that. Okay, that looks really nice. We are at gate Charlie 27. Okay, so we're at Charlie 27. Chuckles 27 is where we're at there. Let's clear that and bump this line up one level. And we're all ready to go. Over here we go. I thought I said flight level 340, not 320. Okay, 8 is information echo is current. That all looks good. The ACAR says BNA Drury 3 departure, altitude, nope, 320 is what I asked for. C, memory is failing. Squawk remarks cleared. Maintain 3-5 departure frequency is okay. All that looks good. Okay. Actually, big boy, there is a combination side stick, joystick, and throttle. I'm trying to remember. Sunjammer has used that one, and it's really, really good. It's really good for Xbox. It's a combination, and I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's been around and generally people like it. So big boy, I'll try and remember that for you. Let's see, where are we flying to? Flight Simulator. We're going to Jackson, Mississippi. It is a HOTAS. See you later, dogs. Taxi away. Do not wait for me. Receive messages. I don't have. I didn't get a balance sheet. Okay, load sheets in. FMGC. Init. And request. Is there an Air Force One here? Big boy, it does have a HOTAS. I'm trying to remember that. Oh boy. It's been around really since it came out about less than a year after Microsoft Flight Simulator came out. It's not the Thrustmaster. It's not a Thrustmaster. It's like Seal Beach or something like that, I think. It's not Seal Beach. That's a VOR. United 441. And let's go and start aligning the IRs. IRs are good. And we're going to do crew supply. And open that. Yeah, wig bills. So this was Turtle Beach. Turtle Beach, Final Rabbit wins. Yes, it was the Turtle Beach. That's what you're looking at. So big boy, Turtle Beach is an all-in-one kind of a thing that seemed to be originally built for people that were going to fly Flight Simulator over on Xbox. And that seemed to work for folks. So look for the Turtle Beach. So if you did like a Google search for MSFS space Xbox space Turtle Beach, I'll bet it would take you right to that. And that would be kind of a good deal for you. The throttle quadrant has all types of throttles, plus it will work for Cessnas and stuff. So that might be a good deal. Okay, let's see here. Let's go. And cost index, oh wow, 12. We're going to be burning up the skies on this one. Flight level 320 is cruise. Winds are coming in. Vinyl Rabbit, I'm sorry. Yeah, the permit thing is broken right now. Thank you for helping out with that. If you, I'm going to guess it's... I know. Sorry about that, Vinyl Rabbit. We'll get that fixed. It's going to take a few weeks, but we'll get it done. Okay, all of this looks good. APU is up. Temperature is nice in the airplane. Let's go start inviting our passengers down or up the jetway. Okay, that looks good. Wind data is now aboard. Let's go in and do page B. So, load sheets in. Load sheet says we're going to be at 52.4. 52.4. Need a 2 before the point or that'll be a problem. Okay, center of gravity on our flight today is going to be 28.3. 28.3. There we go. Now let's go ahead and we're going to do the rest of our numbers. Taxi fuel is 0.150. I'm reading off another flight plan if you're new. Contingency, 15 minutes of fuel is 0.627. And yeah, this airplane is in kilos. And United didn't have all of their airplanes in pounds. 1.22. And I think the initial buses were all in kilos. And final reserve is 0.985. And that looks good. And fuel planning is green. It will always time out a link. Dave, we have an Air Force One flying out of Nashville. Okay. Well, as long as it doesn't mean that they're going to turn everything off. Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead and do our flight plan. Let's just make sure that everything looks good. So it's the Drury departure. And according to the ATIS, departure runway is 20 center. So 20 center, passengers are boarding. So 20 center, we're going to come out here, chug, 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 out south on the Drury departure. Is going to come out, and after Drury, we're going to Jailer. Where's Low-Vis and a Justice flight with a waypoint named Jailer? Okay, that all makes sense. So let's put that in. BNA, departure, and we are expecting 20 center. 20 center. It's the Drury 3 via Jailer and insert. Looks good. Really? There's manual on something like this? Young kid doing Air Force One. Oh, good. All the boxes are ticked for dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. Okay, so it is going to be a vectors off the runway. So our heading's going to be 201 off the runway. And with a climb clearance of 4,000 feet. Is that what they said in here? No, but that's going to be our initial climb clearance. So let's put in 4,000 feet up here. That's good. Do we have a ATIS? We do. 2982 on the altimeter. 2982 over there. 2982 over here. Altimeters are checked. We're going to do the backup altimeter. 2982. Cool. Coming into Jackson, we are going to go for ILS runway 34 left. No star. And the VIA is no idea. That's why we have charts. Airplanes loaded. Okay, so we've decided 3-4 left. So 3-4 left, what do we think? We're coming in from the north. Oh, it could be any one of these. So there is Zipke. Is there one called Meridian? There's ENGM. There's Obuji. Faven. Oh, you know what? I'm going to say none. If they give us a direct to, we can pop it right in and it will be perfect. Wolfie just arrived. Hi, Wolfie. Really great flights this week. Wolfie was our dispatcher this week. Thank you for doing such really nice flights, Wolfie. Thanks for coming up with some good ones. We're doing the Jackson, Mississippi flight right now. Hope your day was good. Okay, all of that looks great. So over here. And passengers are loaded. APU is up and running. It is. External power can go off. Fuel pumps can go on. We're almost ready to go. Let's go. Do we have a final load sheet? See if anybody snuck aboard. So init page B. Load sheet. 52.5. Yeah, somebody snuck aboard. 52.5. Usually with an airplane this small, though, center of gravity doesn't change. It's still 28.3. That looks good. Let's check our fuel. Fuel is 59.4. The flight plan says I need 4.6, 5.94, and we're good to go there. Finished your last shift. Your flight departs tomorrow, and I am so ready to get back to flight simming. Wolfie has been away from flight simming for a very long time. Welcome back to flight simming. Are you looking forward to the flight home? Let's close our cargo doors. So cargo doors are over here, and they're closing. There goes the cargo doors. 7 long weeks. Wolfie, I can't wait till you get home and you get to enjoy. This has been a long trip out. I'm going to toggle our ground-based Jetway here. Parking brake is on. We did get a squawk code. We're going to squawk 5305. 5305. 5305. Let's get on that. BNA delivery is 12605. We'll start with that just cause. 12605. Looking forward to it. Oh gosh, a 5-hour flight. 12050. There's delivery. 121.9 is ground. Well, I hope they give you a nice seat and a tasty snack for your flight. The winds aren't going to be bad, so it's going to be under 5 hours. Something about getting a memo and being extended. I would be scared. Okay, that looks good. Let's do departure. Expecting 20 center. Sync, calculate. Flaps 1, trims up 1. That looks good. BNA to KSEA. And that looks great. Come on over here. That's just not going to work. Okay, I think we're good. Latest ATIS, BNA ATIS is information echo. Nashville delivery, hello there from United 441 and A319 at gate Charlie 27. Information Echo is aboard. Our clearance came down from your nice PDC, requesting startup and pushback.
And United 441 Nashville delivery, hello, push start to discretion, contact ground point 9 for taxi, so long.
0.9 for taxi for United 441, thanks. So 121.9. Let's get on the scope. Scope is good. That looks great. Passengers, seatbelts going on. Beacons going on. Let's get a pushback truck. And here comes our truck. And let's see what we got. I've got a Southwest over there. Nobody else is in the way. I think we can go.
Ready for taxi. Southwest 3038, contact tower on 118.6.
There's a Southwest over here.
Southwest 538, runway 20 center, taxi via Tango 4, Sierra 7.
Dogs got an 8 out of 10. That's a good, that's great, Dogs.
20 center, Tango 4, Sierra 7, cross 31 at Tango 4, Southwest 538.
Okay, let's see if that's Southwest 538 over there. If that's it, I'm not going to push in their way. We'll see if that starts rolling. It's the only Southwest I see around us. Yep, look at that. They're rolling, so let's be polite. Oh, I don't need to be in the first of the line there, Tim Dog. Your engines are running. That's fuel you need. I like being polite. You can get around there. Okay. Parking brakes off. And away we go. And starter. Let's start engine number 1. Ah, there's 2 lines. It always does this crazy little turn at the end. I've got no idea why it does that. And there goes engine number 1. So here we are over here. And we're going to probably come around here. Yankee, Tango 4, Cross 3-1, Tango 4, and Sierra 7 is probably what we're going to do. It's Kobe. Welcome aboard. It's Kobe. That is called Pushback Helper. It's called Pushback Helper. It's free. You can get it over at flightsim.to. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 is coming on up.
New recruit
Why don't
detected.
sharks attack lawyers?
Welcome aboard,
Professional
agent.
courtesy.
Stay sharp.
They both charge by the bite. Oh. That's a you gotta sink your teeth into that joke. Hey, look who's back. It's Gung Ho Bob. It has been a while. Welcome in. Gung Ho Bob, we still have really cool airplanes here. Really fun airplanes.
JetBlue 591, hoping for runway 31.
iBird is back in
JetBlue
chat too. Welcome
591,
back,
runway
iBird.
27,
Thanks for coming in.
16
We're heading
taxi
down
on
to
Tango
Jackson,
4,
Mississippi in the A319.
Sierra 7 and cross runway 31 at Tango 4.
Crossing runway 31, JetBlue 591.
Okay, we're
Thank you.
squawking mode Charlie. Engine number 2 is coming up nicely as well. Oh, absolutely. Pauliot gets to do lawyer jokes, but everybody else gets a ban. What if another lawyer comes into chat?
You can just follow that JetBlue.
I mean, what happens if Denny Crane or Alan Shore comes in? The guy who invented lifesavers, he made a mint.
Make sure you guys have a joke ready for Tower.
Captain
We're
Mac
having a friendly
Musso, welcome
competition
aboard.
tonight.
Thank you for coming in. iBird doing well. Thank you for coming here today. Are we going to have a lawyer off here? Lawyer jokes?
And JetBlue 591, contact Tower 118.6. Have a good flight. Get ready for the joke.
There we go. Everything's looking good there.
JetBlue 591. See ya.
Okay, that's pretty good. Let's accept our final load sheet and return.
Southwest 538, contact Tower 118.6, and make sure you have a joke ready.
Performance
Have a good
is
flight.
good.
118.6, Southwest 538.
Let's do controls, but first we need to come up here and we need to nose wheel disconnect and control checks. So elevators, ailerons, rudders, trim's going to be up 0.9.
Nashville ground, good evening. Expression 126 is stand
That looks good.
Charlie 14,
Flaps are on.
sorry.
Speed brakes are armed.
is that
Auto
American
brakes
126?
are max. Everything looks good to go there. Cabin call. Cabin call is good.
Last aircraft call again.
Expression 126 stand
What do you do for
C14
nav
push and
data? I'm
start.
not sure, iBrid.
American 126.
I'm not sure.
Ramp is uncontrolled.
Oh,
Call
the
for
last
taxi.
one, it's Friday. It looked like some of the other tests were Thursday. Nashville ground, hello there. United 441 pushed and started from gate Charlie 27. Information, Echo is aboard requesting taxi.
United 441, Nashville ground, good evening. Thank you for Echo. Runway 20 center. Taxi via Tango 4, Sierra 7. Cross runway 31 at Tango 4.
United 441, we are off to runway 20 center via Tango 4, Sierra 7, and we are clear to cross runway 31 at Tango 4. Shall we depart the scene of the
United
crime?
441, make sure you have a joke ready for Tower. Tower is wanting jokes tonight.
Okay, well, let's see. This is Nashville. Nashville's all about music, so we should find a music joke.
Sounds good to me. Can't wait.
And good night to Spy Flight.
Good night. And out we go. Captain Max says, my wife told me to embrace her mistakes, so you got a hug. Oh, yeah. I think it's going to be a great test. Tango 4, Sierra 7. Tango 4. I see Sierra 7. Got it. Yeah, this is also going to be the harder test, too. Because it's not just one test. I guess it's 2 written tests and then an oral exam.
Volanta offline. Again.
Oh,
Spy,
no!
do
The
you need a
Volanta voice
checklist?
got me. The Volanta voice got me. Oh, I've been doing so well, too. Ah, the humiliation. Got it. Okay, I think we need to make a turn here. Average Canadian is enjoying the A310. It is a pretty cool airplane. Why did the lawyers start a country band to bill by the note instead of by the hour? It's okay. The end of the week, we can be a little sloppy in our procedures. Oh, you think? Yeah, I'm afraid. Well, hey, if the scenery isn't even going to be correct, then I, get to be a little bit lax here. Okay, coming up on Tango 4. What are the things? Okay, so iBird in the McDo that you have to configure in the radio nav box. So you're talking about down here or the transponder maybe? Okay, next available left. I should do an Airbus hat, J-Dubs. So, iBird, I'm sorry I'm not figuring out the question the way you need it. Wolfie thinks that maybe it's the radio navigation menu down here in the McDo. So the RadNav here, yeah, a lot of that is going to auto-configure for you. That's going to auto-configure. So you don't need that, but you can put things in manually if you need to. If you need to. And crossing that taxiway and Tango 4's up here. It is actually Monday. It's the end of the spy week. That's what they mean by end of the week. Here's Tim Dog departing in a Southwest. And Tim Dog is also flying with Southwest Virtual, I believe, on
And
this
American 126, request taxi.
Yeah, I got the wrong.
American. Oh, sorry
It's
about that.
been a
American
long week. I'm
126,
sorry.
runway
I am
20
just not.
Taxi via Tango 4, Sierra
The
7,
last
cross
place
runway
I need to be
31
sitting
at
back
Tango 4.
here in first class with an adult beverage on my tray table and a
20 center
stroopwafel,
by Tango 4, Sierra
my
7, cross
seatbelt
runway
buckled, and
31 at
just sitting
Tango
back there enjoying
4
the
on
flight.
126.
On your way down there, make sure you have a joke ready. Tower's wanting to hear some jokes tonight.
You betcha, you betcha.
United 441, contact tower on 118.6.
118.6 for United 441. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
You as well. make sure it's a good joke. I'm counting on you.
Departure's 119.35. And of course, all of them at the opposite end. 2.
Meow.
Nashville Tower, hello there from United 441. Almost ready to line up and hold at 20 center. Taking just a second to remind everybody here that guitar players in Nashville usually like to string their audience along.
United 441, Nashville Tower, 11006, runway 20 center, clear for takeoff. That was a good joke.
Well, when I heard that there were jokes, I was thinking about guitar jokes and I stopped fretting about it.
Okay, you're in the lead so far tonight with 2 jokes.
We're just a picking and a grinning today. Sorry. It's the end of the week. I'm starting to get a little weird. And I think we're ready to go, right? What in the world is that?
Meow.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Do we have a UFO?
United 441, use caution. There is a guy at the end of the runway. I think he's trolling. He's at 800 feet in a 320.
United 441, yeah, I guess the Harry Potter wand in that airplane's going crazy. Throttle's going up. About halfway. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa,
November X-ray 320, if you are on this frequency, I have called a supervisor and you will be booted off the network if you do not disconnect now.
Meow.
Well, that took care of it. I mean, it just disappeared pretty quickly. .100 knots, steering with rudder pedals. V1, hands off the throttles and rotate. And looking good, gear going up.
Meow.
Net 441, contact departure. Thanks for the joke.
Over to departure, United 441. Thanks for doing jokes tonight. Have a great week. And departure. Nashville departure. Hello there, United 441 is passing 2,100 for 4.
United 441, Nashville departure. Good evening. Climb and maintain 15,000. Proceed direct Gretchen.
15,000. We are direct to Gretchen for United 441.
United 441, tower cap advises the jokes are a 14 out of 10 tonight.
14 out of 10. Oh, wow. Cool. It's great to have jokes tonight in Nashville. And direct Gretchen. And there's our flap setting. And out we go. How about that? That was a nice departure. Oh, that was a supervisor disconnect. Really? And flaps going up. Enjoy the leading edge slats going up there. That's right. We learned about walloping to... Man, Irvy, the wallop conversation seems like it was so long ago. Speed brakes are disarmed. Everything looks good to go there. Speed's coming on up. Oh, thank goodness I decided to use a decent this airplane. P.S. Morandi, people are being a little weird today. I can't understand why. I'm never that way. Also change COM 2 off guard. Okay, let's just flip it over there. Yeah, I guess somebody's being catty on that frequency tonight. Somebody had a little bit too much Meow Mix for dinner last night. And that looks good. We got a little bit of rain outside the airplane. Temperature is 18
and
degrees.
Falcon 81 Golf is still with me. Contact John 2 Tower 119.45 when you're ready.
And looking good there, looking good there. A little bit too much sugar. Uh-oh, stream logs yet another offense. Oh my gosh. A terrible joke counter is at 7. Did anybody clip the wallop? It was a tower controller. Out we go there. Passing 9,000 feet. Boy, it's so nice to be in an airplane that I actually seem to feel like I have a bit of a clue in. And we're in climb mode, and life is good. How is it there are only
United
7...
441, contact center 132.55, good day.
132.55 now for United 441. Thank you so much. Have a good week.
You as well.
13255. It's going to be Memphis Center. It got changed when we reset the bot. Landing lights, nose light, cabin call. Memphis Center, hello there, United 441's direct Gretchen, passing 11,000 for 15. There we go.
Level 360 at Haven.
Howitzer used to have a guitar, but you just fiddled around with it. Howitzer, I hope you didn't get too strung out. Memphis, good evening from United 441 direct Gretchen, passing 12,000 for 15.
United 441, Memphis Center, hello, climbing team, flight level 320.
Flight level 320, thanks from United 441.
United 441, monitoring team precipitation from your 3 o'clock to your 9 o'clock and 20 miles. Moving northeastbound, top flight supported, flight level 190. It's going to be for the next 200 miles along your route of flight device if you need to deviate.
United 441, we'll keep an eye on the radar, thank you.
Southwest 3038, this invited Blue 5 arrival, Memphis, altimeter 2997.
Let's go to weather and hazards. Let's see, trying to remember. All these are different for each airplane. No, you come over here. That's terrain. I haven't done weather in this airplane. Oh yeah, system on. And then we turn off terrain, and that should give us that. Yep, we've got weather radar. Okay, so that looks good. Something about terrible jokes. Average Canadian has got cookies, and James says no, Ethan. And standard altimeter here. Coming up on 18,000 feet. We do have terrible jokes, and I think to trigger that Geneva thing, it's got to be a truly terrible joke. 18,000 feet, altimeters are reset, flight level 320. Jackson, here we come. Coming up to Jailer. I will try to confine my jokes to prison jokes over at Jailer. See, wouldn't it have been better if I could have just sat back here with my United Beverage, right back in my usual seat, staying out of trouble. Wet paint, if YouTube doesn't put me to sleep, the jokes will. Oh!
Yeah.
We're always staying out of trouble here at Spy HQ. And it looks like we got some pretty puffy clouds there. So I think most of the storms are to the east of us. They're going to keep heading east, so we don't have to worry about it. What happens if you get scared half to death twice? In very big trouble, Howitzer. The barbecue chicken alert would be good. Ooh, that would taste good. That would be tasty. Over to airports. Seat belts. All the lights are good. And out we go. We are 42 miles from top of climb. We are 283 miles from Jackson. And we should be landing at 0000 Zulu. Right now it is 2311. Wow, is it that far? I didn't think, I thought that this was just going to be like a quick hop. Really thought it would be a CRJ style hop. Okay, out we go. Barbecue chicken. Well, let's see. I've got some barbecue sauce. I've got some chicken in the freezer from later. That might be kind of nice, actually, tonight. And all is right with the world here. Well, the clouds are a touch puffier, I think. Let's see if our chance of rain has kicked up a little bit more.
With you at level 1104150.
Nah, still just a 20% chance of a little bit of
American
rain tonight.
126 Mesa Center, hello, can I maintain flight level 240?
Most of the weather here is to the west. I don't think we've got to worry about lightning strikes tonight.
20 miles moving northeastbound, past last border flight level 190.
Irvi had a beef Madre curry with fried rice and naan bread. I'll bet that was super duper tasty. I'll bet that was awesome.
Traffic warning you were giving me about the aircraft. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just giving you a weather report. It's moving northeastbound, southwest border. We're at flight level 190.
Okay, here we come, Jackson. Watch out. Happy landings, dogs. I did notice that somebody popped an ATIS up there.
Memphis landing south to like 187.
I did notice that they popped up an ATIS there.
Looks like 18 red.
Southwest 3038, roger. Proceed direct Dawson, cross Dawson.
If you're looking for some more flying after this, it looks like Florida, Carolinas, and DC are all lit up right now. So both sides of Florida and DC set her up. You could fly from Denver all the way down to LA or Vegas. It's a little bit of ATC in Canada too. There's Moncton Monday up there. So that looks really nice. I'm sure it had to be really spicy, Irvi, for sure. I'm sure it had to be monster spicy. So I hope you had the appropriate spice-reducing beverages and other snacks standing by. Just to make sure you didn't, have upset stomachs and stuff like that. One of the things that you can do is there are a couple of things that you could get, like, well, I bet the bread was probably good for helping with the spice, right? AZ noticed that the specs in the description are a bit old. They probably are, and I need to go and fix that too. So many things on the to-do list. You had a nice cold beverage on hand as well. Jackson, Mississippi is a fairly quick hop. Jackson would be even quicker. It's about a 2-hour drive, and Tim Dog says this is going to be mostly GA traffic. 1.6s are used. James, thank you. Actually, Dog said 3-4. Did they flip the runways on us? Let's see if they flip the runways on us in Jackson. They do have an ATIS up. No ATIS yet. Tim Dog says that Jackson, Tennessee is close to where you went to college. Really? And here is our top of climb. James, oh, you just changed it, so we should expect 1.6s. So over here, let's see, for the airport, there probably would be 1.6 left to come in. 1.6 left to come in to get into the terminal area. So approaches. Tim Dog says a Southwest flight landed on 3-4 right. So 1.6 left. We're going to grab that and let's go and get 1.6 right. No, 3-4 right? Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens when we get there. No real opportunity to plan ahead at the moment. And flight level 320. Seatbelts are off. Everything looks good there. And fuel for landing 3.5 panic fuel. So pilot brief. Final reserve and alternate is 2.2 for landing. We're expected to have 3.5. So we're good to go there. Over here to progress and report, and progress and report says 118 miles to top of descent. Let's see, Foxtrot is here. Welcome aboard. Happy Monday to you. Thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. I hope you had a great weekend.
1000, the Jackson on 22980.
Okay, we do have an ATIS for Jackson. Winds are nothing at nothing. Few clouds at 2,400. 2980. Visual approaches in use. Landing 1.6 left and right.
Southwest 538, clear direct Jackson Airport.
Direct Jackson Airport, Southwest 538.
Walker 4250, wind variable at 4, runway 18 center, clear to land.
Okay, land 18 center, 4250.
Fuel's good. So I'm going to switch this in here to the left side of the 1.6s. No star and no via. XLT, we're going to start to wrap up, for today. Foxtrot, not a happy Monday. You skipped school due to sickness. Tomorrow you have to go to the doctor. Hey, Foxtrot, sit back,
Alaska 4220.
drink a little bit of extra water or something, start flushing your system out, enjoy the spy flight. That'll make you feel perhaps just a touch better. It's good that you decided, though, that, you know, you need to go to the doctor on something.
And Alaska 4220, actually, split direct kiss. Split direct kiss.
Direct to kiss? Does Gene Simmons know that there is a waypoint called KISS? Flying is good medicine, yeah. Even if you're not feeling good and stuff, you know, you don't have to get on VATSIM just to do a little flight because it's going to take your mind off being sick for a little bit. So, you know, get comfortable in your chair, kind of get wrapped up a little bit in a blanket, grab a beverage, you know, that's going to make you feel better, and just do a flight. You'll forget about being sick for a while. Kind of helps. The fingerprints on the screen seem realistic. Yeah, I've never understood why it is that people feel the need to put fingerprint to touch a screen like this. I've never needed to touch a computer screen, but apparently people do. I mean, we had one weather guy that I worked with, and I would clean the computer screens in the weather center repeatedly, and 2 or 3 days later they'd be covered in his fingerprints. I don't know. You know, I had to touch it just to look at something. I mean, they weren't touch screens. These were like old CRTs and stuff. Pretty ridiculous. I did never had touch screens. No howitzer, no touch screens at all. They were just CRTs. We had a keyboard and a mouse. That was it. But aviation, Foxtrot, I was never really in aviation. I have a private pilot's license, but my career was broadcasting.
16 left or 16 right today? You can expect that.
Tim Dog, if you're pointing to, okay, so like if you're sitting in a room, you've got people and you say, okay, look over here, I'm pointing at the screen, see that, no, this thing right here. That's one thing, but mostly the weather people, we worked alone. So, Bear, we're probably going to wrap things up after this flight.
United 12, moderate to extreme precipitation from your 9 o'clock to your 3 o'clock and 20 miles. Moving northeast bound. Stop Alaska quarter flight level 190. It's going to be at least the next 50 miles along your route.
So direct to Magnolia if they tell us to go direct to the airport.
America 126 descend via
Foxtrot would like to book a flight on a plane for the first time. Well, Foxtrot, you can do a flight suggestion over on Discord. If you're over on Discord, Tim Dog has a weather blip. Oh, weather radar. So we'll turn it on to tilt. Let's tilt down just a little bit. I don't think that really works.
Delta 1121, Memphis on Roger. United 2112, if you're still here, just monitor advisory. You have a nice flight.
Southwest 1430 checking in.
Now, I don't know what works in this or not.
Hello, radar contact, split direct, kiss.
Dogs says expect 16 left. Thanks, Dogs. Oh, it's tough to call a favorite. Tough to say there's a favorite. There's so much to choose from. Really hard to do that. Okay, I think we get to chill just a little bit. And over in VATSIM,
Endeavor 4634, Memphis Center, hello, you're cleared at file.
Kind of hitting the, let's see, Drumma says DC has hands full. Yeah, there's probably a lot of flights coming into DC tonight. There, yep, and I bet everybody wants to do, what's DC, what's National doing? Runway 19 right.
Endeavor 4634, read back correct.
ILS or visual approaches 19 right. Oh wait, that's, there we go, hang on. Multiple approaches in fact do not enter prohibited airspace north of the airport. You think? Raleigh-Durham is up today. I'm sure JSG Droid would like to go to Raleigh-Durham.
And Walker 4250, walking to Memphis, Texas to the ramp. You said you're on Charlie 2?
Yes, Charlie 2, 4250.
Back to the ramp via, I think that's Tango.
What's your ramp by Tango, 4250?
Okay, all that looks good. So if it's going to be 16 left, we're going to exit right at Charlie 3. And that'll take us into the gate area. That should be good. Man, look at the fingerprint dirt over there.
4634, the
that's pretty nasty. We've got a 10 knot headwind. Top of descent hockey stick has just popped up. No descent here, so we'll just kind of do what they tell us to do. So 74 miles. Let's see, we could put in arrival data. So
Access 258 to center maintain 3000.
What do we got here? Winds are 0 at 0. Temperature is 24. Ooh, starting to warm up. 2980 on the altimeter.
441 clear direct Jackson Airport.
Direct now to Jackson Airport, United 441. Okay, so over there.
Access 258, turn left heading 200.
Let's do. Oh, come on, air. There we are. So we were going to go direct to MHC. Direct to megahertz. MHC. And insert. And there we go. Now then, we did get an ILS plugged in here, right? Yep, 16 left. We got that too. Let's get back to finishing up our performance. And performance is good. Transition level is 180. It's going to be config 3. Minimums are 512 feet, 512. In the barrel box, config 3, so GPWS gets kicked in. And let's bring all of that in, and we're direct to the airport. It's the closest one, so I should have just gone direct to the airport.
1430, leaving my airspace, free change, advisory approved. You have a nice flight.
Well, we'll do that instead. Direct to the airport. We'll go that way. Thanks, Tim Dog.
11 o'clock, 15 miles, port site.
And the airport's 120 miles out. And Drumma says to stretch. Good idea.
258 cleared, visual approach runway 16 right.
Okay, that looks good. That looks good. We're going to get a descent in just a little bit.
I had you down for right, but if you went left, you're clear for the finish approach runway 16 left. I probably just put it down wrong because it's stupid.
So visual, the visibility is 10 miles, so a nice visual landing. That'll be fun. That'll be a nice one. Okay, everything else is good to go here. Just a little bit more cruising. sadly, by doing all that, we kind of lost our top of descent, I think.
Southwest 3038, welcome to Manchester, Texas, to ramp B in November. You have a nice one.
Now we've got another one there since I cleaned out some of the trash that I plugged in. You are actually cleared to fly direct to the airport after your next waypoint. That's actually what I kind of thought. I've never really had, you know, had it spelled out like that. That's nice to know. So no star after the last waypoint, direct to the airport. Unless they tell you to do something else.
126, clear direct Reed, cross Reed, at about 3000. At Reed, clear ILS, runway 18 left approach.
Direct Reed,
lots of clouds out tonight, this afternoon.
Cleared ILS 18 left, American 126.
They might let us start to descend in a little bit. Maybe, if we're good. I really like the fact that the tower had us doing jokes tonight. I don't know if that's something that you know, you're not allowed to do an awful lot on VATSIM. I thought that was nice. That was what a great Monday thing to kind of do. You know, you want to talk to the tower, you got to have a joke ready to go. I mean, obviously you can't do that in, Frankfurt Friday. You can't do that on a Friday night ops or Saturday night ops or, a monster city pair where they're jamming twice the number of airplanes into the airport. But, departing out of Nashville on a Monday when nothing's going on, I think that's great. You're cleared to, I do that one, 10 minutes after your departure. That's why they say that in your clearance.
Memphis Center, Air Force One, Mike Jack.
Air Force One, Memphis Center, Roger, got you.
1186.
Roger, we made contacted and lost you. We had a problem with the radio.
Air Force One, reset transponder pod 334.
There's tower. So 10 minutes after departure, if you don't talk to center, you can continue to climb to your cruise altitude.
Southwest 1927, you 11,000 for 1,000.
Southwest 1927, Jack, correction, Memphis Center, hello, climb, maintain flight level 370.
370, Southwest.
Asher Wynn, welcome aboard. We're actually going to wrap up for the week after this one. Drumma says you should, well, you should start a timer, and I usually do. When I push the throttles forward, I go throttles, throttles up about halfway. As I'm looking at my throttles to make sure the engines are stable, I go and turn on the elapsed timer over here. And so we're 31 minutes into the flight. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're gonna be back on Thursday.
Contact 1440, turn 15 degrees right vectors for your climb.
I don't think we're gonna see anything on the weather radar.
County 1440, turn 15 degrees right vectors for your climb.
115 right, County 1440.
Memphis Center, Air Force One, we got the engine back.
Roger. Southwest 538, fly heading 250, vectors for approach. Would you like the visual 16 left or 16 right today?
Oh, 616 left, I'm heading 250, Southwest 538.
We've got 16 left.
United 441, descend at pilot discretion, maintain flight level, correction, maintain 1000. Taxi Jackson, altimeter 2980.
2980 on the altimeter. Descend at pilot's discretion, flight level 110, United 441. 2980 on the altimeters. And those are good. And those are both preset. And that's nice. Makes our light day a little bit easier. And down we go. Jackson, here we are. Asher says if there's no ATC after tower, what do you do? CTAF. Straight to Unicom after that. One of the reasons to set that elapsed timer is when you look over at the pilot brief and the flight plan. So let's see, timings and weights, the flight log. So here's the flight log over here. And this gives you a, when you should be at a certain waypoint and how much fuel you should have. And that kind of helps you out based on when you took off. So 20 minutes into the flight, we should have been at Jailer and the amount of fuel that we have and stuff. So that's a way to see, are we on schedule? Do we have enough fuel? You know, and to do that outside of the computers and stuff. And there's our arrival, there's the runway. How about a little speed break? A little speed break would be good. Haven't heard from Dogs in a while, but Dogs got kicked over to tower, I think. I don't know why, but it slowed us down to 250 knots. Even at this altitude. Crazy airplanes. Or probably crazy pilot doesn't know what to set something.
Johnny 1440, clear direct Chesney. Direct Chesney, Connie 1440.
Tim Dog, it doesn't do it every time, but it does it sometimes. So I don't know what. Maybe that's just a little default thing. My tech review reminds us that the CTAF frequency is tower frequency at that airport, Unicom when you're airborne. Good old CTAF. I actually really like the CTAF. You know, the way that works and all. I kind of feel like that's a good deal. And auto brakes, speed brakes.
I can't tell you that. Fritz will let you know.
I do too. First of all, because it's a different frequency, so you're not listening to all the other CTAF around the area. That's just for this airport helps. Yeah, Speedbird, some people didn't get that memo, even though it's been at the top of your file the flight plan page for a year now, maybe even a little bit more. So who knows? Company message, United Ops. No ADC required. On-time departure. How about that? Always good to be on time. And let's see, what else? Over on Discord, probably sometime...
Level 4634, runway 34 right next
Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. Next week's flight plan will be available. Eclipse is doing the flight plan for next week and is apparently doing really good and getting it all set up. So we'll figure out where we're going to be going. Every week it's different, and I'm always looking forward to seeing what's going to happen there. Pauliat, I find people tend to not use it at the arrival more than the departure. After hours of Unicom, maybe people do forget. Maybe people forget that. That's probably true. The CTAF frequencies should be with your squawk in the auto ATC message. Wow, Speedbird, that sounds like a really great, time saver.
Southwest 538 flight heading 170.
I mean, yeah,
report to airfield and
that's not a bad idea. Seriously, Polyot was thinking that too. So if you get an auto ATC that's going to give you your squawk, it'll also say these are your CTAF frequencies for departure and arrival. Not a bad idea. That way, it's right there. It pops that into your vPilot.
United 441 flight heading 250 vectors for the approach.
Heading now is 250 vectors for the approach. United 441.
United 441, would you like 16 left or 16 right for the approach today?
United 441. How about 16 left today?
You can expect that.
Cool. So, and then when you're 25 miles out, a special bot on VATSIM named Vasily should give you a ping. One ping only, please. As I try and do some hunt for Red October.
November 1720 Zulu, maintain flight level 190.
And I do have the ILS dialed in, even though it's going to be a visual approach. I love having the ILS dialed in. That way I can have some descent guidance. Even though I'm all over the place, it's good to have the guidance to see, am I low, am I high, that kind of deal.
Number 4634, on course departure approved, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, ground spoilers are armed, speed brakes are set.
Southwest 2.
The Board of Governors says they're not going to do something like that because it's for the pilot to know what to do. I don't know. 120.9 is KJAN Tower.
Southwest 1927, leave my airspace 310, advisory approved.
I think it's important for the pilots to know what to do, but this is also a big learning experience. Can we help people learn a little bit here? That might be kind of a nice way to look at it. Just saying.
Southwest 1927, monitor advisory 122.8.
Monitor advisory. I'm going to take control of my own speed here as we start to get a little bit closer. Don't be silly. It's way better to expect people to just do it themselves and ridicule and ban them. Well, there you go. Yes. Because especially the ridicule part, that's going to make people want to stick with a highly complex, game that they don't, that most people don't get. The ridicule part, that's a really great motivator. As someone who has had a fair amount of ridicule, you can probably tell I don't think that's the best of ideas. 18,000 feet, altimeters, 2980, 2980, all set. It's nice to preset them here, and we can be a good pilot and set our backup altimeter. I never used to do that. I used to drive another live streamer, pilot really nuts by that. By not doing that. Call sign.
Southwest 538.
Southwest 538, Memphis Center.
I think that we've had a controller change.
Say one more time, 7538, second.
I think there was a controller change here.
Climbing to 3,600, climbing 4,000.
Southwest 538, roger. I maintain 5,000, just fly heading 1.
And another voice has popped in.
5,000.
We have musical voices tonight. Maybe they're letting some other people do some training right now because it's not crowded, and this is a good time to let a newer controller take on a bigger area. Flaps 1.
Heavy Manchester.
Sir, we're on the ramp at FedEx North Ramp. I don't see an ATIS. I have to meet
Tim Dog had to go around. You were not stable.
Someone was stepping on him. Could you take
Polya, I was having to catch up with Tom Gilmore recently, and they've been having a lot of pilots and controllers moving to IVAO, becoming dual certified in the last 9 months. Still not at VATSIM levels, but they're definitely seeing more of a shift. You know, I wonder if there are people moving over, not to abandon VATSIM, but it might be good to see what's going on over there.
710 Zulu.
I know it's more things that we have to do, but that might be a thing to do. Captain MacMoose, you are an IVAO controller in Ireland. So that might be something to look at.
Nashville approach on 119.35.
Tim Dog is not hearing the other airplanes on center. I'm still hearing it. It sounds fine at the moment.
505, stand by.
And over 4634 Mountain Center, climb maintain level 35. Southwest 538, turn left heading 050 for the ILS at 6 again.
Tim Dog, you're only, I think it's people are kind of spread out right now. It's a big area, maybe that's why. IVAO is busy in Brazil.
United 441, descend and maintain 5,000, expect vectors out bridge. Left.
Descend 5,000, expecting vectors now for 16 left for United 441. Also in France, Sunjammer's calling in tonight. Top of the evening, Sunjammer. As always, thanks for being here. Have a wonderful night. Also, IVAO is busy in France. So Wolfie's just looked at the IVAO map, and there's a lot of traffic in Brazil. We played with it a little bit, and then there was a big VATSIM event, and we kind of found, kind of never got a part of it. So there's an IVAO right now. Brazil's busy. Are they doing air bridge? Looks like the air bridge is just as active there.
Fortunately, not tonight. We can't do that.
Oh, that's not all the time, though.
Southwest 33, leave my airspace to east, and he's offline. Radar services are terminated. We should group today.
James may dabble.
Over 1720, do leave my airspace. We should change the group today.
Approach phase armed. Good to go there.
Requesting cross runway 36 center at pop-up.
Okay.
538, turn left heading 330.
Left 330, Southwest 538.
Is that American 126 calling?
Yes, American 126, trying to cross runway 36 center at pop-up.
American 126, cross runway 36 center at pop-up. Continue taxi pop into the ramp. Happy day.
Variety is definitely good. The spice of life, there you go. Especially if you're watching one of the Dune movies. Yes, I do have my speed brakes out.
441, turn left heading 090. It'll be a short vector for your descent.
Left turn now, 090 vectors for the descent, United 441.
FedEx 772 head.
FedEx 772 Heavy, go ahead.
We're a touch heavy right now, a touch high and fast, so that's probably part of the reason.
Can you advise what runway probably departing?
IVAO is older than VATSIM. I thought VATSIM was the older one. Well, I didn't know that one at all. Greetings, DMK. Welcome aboard. James the Catcher. Yeah, I think an awful lot. You know, Sim Caesar flies on Pilot Edge all the time. I think Pilot Edge is great. I think there's so much cool stuff to learn. The only reason that I do is not everybody could afford to fly on Pilot Edge. That's the only reason. Otherwise, I would. And I don't want anybody to feel left out because they can't fly. They can't afford it. Jessica, welcome aboard. Dane, yes. Do not mess around with thunderstorms, with lightning, Jasco. It is not something that you want to, you know, mess with. Lightning is dangerous and it can kill you.
United 441, turn left heading 290.
Left turn now, 290 for United 441. Getting a big old 360 here, it looks like.
538, set to maintain 4,000, that's 4,000, ready speed 210.
Descend 4,000, then reduce speed 210, 4,000, couple 58.
Later on, VATSIM was formed, and they absorbed SATCO. SATCO did not turn into VATSIM. It was acquired.
You're at 495, are you with me?
You get rewards when you're doing an event? Oh, that's kind of cool. That's dead game time, absolutely. Yeah, it'll tear your airplane apart.
Air Force One, roger. Frontier Flight 35, 60 meters center, climb maintain, level 370.
Yeah, that's somebody that's really new and doesn't know how to control their airplane, so it's been a problem. I mean, they're not really crowded at the moment, but...
coming up shortly. Please stand by for a second.
But IVAO was all due to a dispute with the European side of SATCO. And so they packed their bags, and that's...
441, turn left heading 240, back to the ILS 166.
Left turn 240, vectors now for the ILS, United 441. My tech review, issues with the A350. It worked for me yesterday. Did you get the latest update, my tech review? Because we took it a couple of times after the update, and it worked good. He was using reverse thrust to go on the... Oh, well, that works every time, doesn't it? That works every time.
Frontier Flight 2292, Albuquerque, correction, Mexico Center, ready contact, flight.
That is really great looking scenery. I'm not kidding. Outside the window, that looks awesome.
For 681,
wow.
Rate of service, terminate, appreciate you. Advisory approved. $2014-40 descend via the Chenes 2 rifle.
Oh, wow, somebody's flying a Constellation.
Altimeter.
So, my tech review. Oh, no kidding. So the controllers don't work now.
1137 rate of service terminated for Chenes 2 advisory approved.
Sounds like some configuration file.
441, turn left heading 190 and it's up to 916 left localizer.
190 intercepting the 16 left localizer for United 441.
Center, Alaska 4220 has rotation. Golf, Springfield, Nashville.
Oscar 4220, roger, descend right, the Team 2 arrival, the Altimeter 282.
Team 298 to left.
Oscar 4220, proceed direct to Olana.
Proceed direct to Olana.
Yeah, the Speedbird.
2014-40C, indicating Mach.
Apparently indicating Mach 0.77, 20/40.
Oscar 4220, indicating Mach.
Mach 0.81, so left.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the
Hey, we
spy
just
flight.
got a really nice raid from Dane Flats. Hi, Dane Flats. Welcome on in. Got a little bit of a wind. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for the...
715, that's the center, JD climb, maintain file 3 here. United 441, 5 miles from Allen, maintain 4,000 till established, good ILS 16 left approach.
4,000 till established, cleared for the ILS runway, 16 left, United 441.
Southwest 538, descend and maintain 3,000, flying 240.
From 3,000 heading 240, Southwest 538.
Last flight of the day. I say autopilot off. Captain gets to fly this flight.
FedEx 772, you can expect runway 818 center for departure.
Who needs an autopilot, right? Kill Dead Red Ted is back. Welcome back, Kill Dead Red Ted. It's been a while. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. This, though, is my little go-to airplane. Really like it. Gear going down.
Southwest 3397, go ahead and contact Nashville approach on 119.35.
Flaps 2. All set and ready to go up there. .180 knots till 5 mile finals.
Lindbergh 4570.
And our cute little A319 is just chugging along. Nice little sporty airplane.
United 441, contact Jackson Tower on 120.9.
120.9 for United 441, thanks.
We'll see you Southwest 5.
Jackson Tower, hello there. United 441 is on about a 5 mile final for runway 16 left.
United 441, Jackson Tower, winds are calm, runway 16 left, clear to land.
16 left, clear to land, United 441. Exiting to the right. Flaps 3. ECAM checklist is green. And we are busy. Duck Commander 15, BNA ground. I really liked you guys doing the joke thing today. I know it wasn't a real busy day around Nashville, but just the jokes on the, we need a joke on departure. It just, that really kind of made the flight. Thank you for doing that. Cannot wait to come back here and do, jokes for departure. It was nice. Thanks. AvGeek Fozzie, hello again. Air Force One has the in-game ATC on. Of course it does. Of course it does. Jeez. All right. Well, people are new. I don't want to mock people too much. I don't want to mock people too much. On the other hand, really. We need to do karaoke at Providence. I'm not going to be able to make it to Providence this year. I know that's not very providential. And not only that, singing is not a good thing. Drumma says that bacon is good. It is. Love the trees on this arrival. They look really good. Landing.
Jackson Tower, good evening. Southwest 538, we're back on the ILS 165.
Southwest 538, welcome back. Wind storm, runway 16 up, good line number 2.
Good line number 2, Southwest 538.
23 dollars.
United 441, welcome to Jackson, exit when able.
Right when able, United 441.
United 441, taxi parking, Bravo, Bravo 4.
Bravo and Bravo 4 for United 441. Actually, we missed Bravo and Bravo 4. We'll have to backtrack a little bit on Charlie.
4.
We missed Bravo and Bravo 4. We're going to need Charlie over here if we could.
Yeah, turn right on Charlie, left Bravo 4.
Right on Charlie, left on Bravo 4 for United 441. Thanks. Minus 172. What a great landing rate. What a great landing rate. Very nice. I scorched the pan. I didn't scorch the pan. That felt really, really good. Okay, let's see. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down. Landing lights are off, strobes are off, flap is open, and we don't need GPWS. And this is our hard turn over here to come on into the gate area. I think I see a Southwest flight that came in from Nashville with us over there. At least he's using the correct IC cows. Bear needs coffee tonight. Oh, it's time to take a break from coffee here at Spyland. The weather cam keeps. Weather cam just can't stop disconnecting now. APU coming on up. There goes the APU. And everything looks good here. Tim Dog had to go around on this one. Tim Dog had to do a go around on this flight today. Nose light off. No blinding the ground crew, right? No, Tim Dog had to go around. I guess it was high and unstable, and so that's why there was a go around there. Chihuahua's in Jackson. And parking brakes, looking good there. APU is up. Let's turn on the bleed. Here comes engine 1 and engine 2 popping off. Let's go ahead and turn off the transponder. That looks good too. Fuel pumps can go off here. So fuel pumps off here. And we do ADIRS. And that's good. Beacon can go off. Seat belts can go off. External power is already plugged in. And we can deboard the airplane from here. Phoenix, go to ground services, request a Jetway, open up the cargo. And the Jetway does not appear to be coming our way. Let's try it again. Nope. So we're going to do stairs and the door. The Jetway is not our bud. So we made it there. And let's see. I think that is Tim Dog over there. Tim Dog just landed. Bear, yeah, this was a really cool livery. When I was doing the bulk of my traveling and stuff, it was the Battleship Gray and this one, the Blue Tulip, was the two liveries when I was doing the bulk of my traveling. So this one was a favorite of mine. I always liked it. I think this was the one I had the most, passenger miles in, back when I kept track of all those things. So but yeah, I like this one too. There's few pilots who I am convinced are always high and unstable. I'm shocked to hear that there might be high and unstable pilots. And Tim Dog's going in over there. So we made it. And Tim Dog had a great landing rate on -113. How about that? What a great landing rate. Wolfie, thank you for such a great week of flying. Wolfie did the really, really nice flight planning this week. Thanks for doing that. Anytime you're ready to jump in and do a flight plan. In the meantime, Wolfie is getting on a real world flight, finally getting to come home after a long time away from the flight deck. So Wolfie gets to jump back in and start flying with us too. It's never fun when you have to leave your simulated flight deck like that. But really glad that you're going to be able to come on home and get to do a little bit of flying out there. Gotta say a couple of thank yous here. Really do. There was some really generous gift subs today. Anonymous was really nice today. Thank you so much for great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. Financially, the world's a mess right now, and those of you that can, I sure appreciate the fact that you're keeping me going here at Spy HQ. So thank you. Also, some of you who are secret agents and special agents and 00s, thank you for doing that over on Patreon. Can't tell you how much I appreciate that as well. So thank you for that. Let's see. Well, I didn't want to go and do that. I really wanted to come over. Hang on. Buttons are crazy. There we go. Let's come on over in there. And now we go like this and back to the main screen. Okay. Still figuring that out as Tim Dog taxis on in. And we got another Southwest right over there. So I got a little bit close to Southwest land here. So there we go. Thank you for being here. I hope you are over on Discord. And we'll see you on Discord for Tuesday and Wednesday. My guess is by Wednesday evening at the latest, you'll probably find our flight plans for next week. There should be some really good there should be some really good flights, and I think we got some nice VATSIM events as well. So I'm really looking for that. Oh, Pauliot, I will definitely read and learn. And I'm so grateful that you've taken the time to put that together. And I will look at everything. And again, thank you for that. Average EGLL, thank you. The IRL gate was 19, but that's where that other Southwest is. I think that one's departing because you can see the landing gear. And you can't see the landing gear over there. So that's kind of the reason for that. I think it's time to head on over to Caesar's Palace. We're going to go ahead and see what Sim Caesar's up to. If you've been joining over on YouTube, thank you for joining over on YouTube. I'm so grateful that you're over there. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan over on YouTube and helping me grow that channel a little bit too. Especially, like I said, because of the economic chaos in the world right now. I'm really grateful that that thing is, picking up just a little bit, and hopefully I can make something out of that as well too. Thank you for being here. Can't wait to see you on Thursday. That's going to be our next flight. In the meantime, of course, as always, it's not just crazy economically, it's crazy from a stress level too. So take a little bit of extra time to take a little bit of extra care of yourself. And as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Can't wait to see you on Thursday. Have a great evening. Cheers, good night, and thank you so much for being here.
Duck53, hello, welcome. 757 Spy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody. We're in the TBM, the Black Square TBM 850 in